outrageous, like truly off the wall, unbelievably wild. And Zeke just kind of made this expression like, sure, like, yeah, okay, like there's no... It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Trying to like play this totally emotionless, cold, calculating character.
Right, just like breaking
through, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow,
there was a lot of breaking character.
His best honest effort, and all you can do is laugh your butt about it. Okay.
Oh, it wasn't like a bad thing. It wasn't a mistake. It was hilarious.
There was also a lot of, when was it? Do you remember?
Like in real time?
Or like what was being talked about?
It was just during the conversation between Locke and Logic. I think you said something like, boy, I don't remember now. I can't remember at all.
Yeah,
I remember listening back to it and like, that was the hardest I've ever laughed playing D&D, I think, was that scene. I was losing it.
It was real good.
Who taught my creation about X?
Hello.
Who taught my construct to value its own existence?
Lay on the table and never remove your will to do.
That was logic. That was 100% logic.
It was. It really was.
For sure. For sure. Oh, that's right. I killed the player thing. It's fine. We'll do it live. Hello. Welcome to Wildfolk. Episode 47? I think that's right. You guys haven't played in several weeks. When we left off, you guys had returned to town, regrouped, and had a big talk around the campfire to kind of go over everything that you had learned together, decide what you're going to do next, get paid, and go shop. You guys have decided what you're going to do. The plan essentially is that a small group of you is going to head south into the jungle in search of a train station that Jane knows about that was nearly completed, that was a tunnel through the mountains, a quick shortcut between Eden and Wexisas that was shut down as a result of the apocalypse. The goal, the hope, is that you'll find a functional train there that you can take through the mountain. And even if not, there is a mountain pass, which is presumably faster than going the long way around.
Is this the same train that Jane is going to die on in the future past?
That's not for me to tell you. That's between you and the Lord and all of our future selves.
And our past selves, because time is a flat circle.
That's true, and our past selves. And also all of the alternate selves that are happening right now in this moment.
One of these, Jane is just a train. She is the train.
Thomas the Jane Engine.
Thomas the Jane Engine. Amazing. Once you go through the mountain pass, the goal is to go to the capital city of Wexisas, Liberty, where you believe that Rita, a former guild member, but more importantly, Jane's mentor and a talented wizard and a former co-worker at Tesseract. Wait, you never worked at Tesseract. Somebody who used to work at Tesseract. Is apparently now in trouble with Tesseract for, according to them, sharing trade secrets, intellectual property law violation. Hard to say. The important thing, though, is that they've got her in jail, and you guys are trying to figure out what's up with that. Especially because Jane has been having some crazy fucking dreams from her, where thousands of overlaid images of Rita are being tortured and calling out for help. When you contacted Rita via magic, she seemed unaware of these dreams. But she did kind of suggest that she was a little bit, she wishes that Jane hadn't mentioned some things out loud during their conversation. Yeah.
Definitely in some deep shit.
Yeah, so who knows? Who knows what's really going on? You guys are on your way there to find out. After all of that is done, the plan is to look for a portal that you can take up to Avarice, where you're going to race up to the capital of Farinexavac, who is apparently going to be out visiting the Old Growth, where you guys just came from, to show his new liege, another dragon, Threnaliax. This is presumably going to leave both of their castles empty, which is a great opportunity for you guys to go to one, and Vin and Darwin to go the other, and ransack the fuck out of them. Jane in particular is looking for a book on chronomancy that is apparently there. All of you have heard that there are some relic seeds there, which is a cool way to make fancy artifacts for yourselves. There's probably a ton of gold, and Baby Boy and Sketch are both a little bit interested in the fact that Argus is apparently going to be waiting there to have a secret conversation with Farinexvac if when he returns.
I don't care.
That's true.
I don't care at all. I don't care.
I think everybody here is saying that they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care. Nobody cares.
No one here cares about that guy.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, and hopefully in a few sessions, it's not going to matter when you want to save that dragon.
True, and that is because while all of this is going on, so Fetch and Sketch, Tex, and Jane are the ones doing that plan. While that plan is going on, Baby Boy is going straight back up to Avarice on his own to set up an ambush trap for the 2 dragons who are coming to inspect the old growth. A lot of that is being done between sessions because we don't want to spend valuable game time watching one person play the game.
Stressfully so.
Yes, very stressful. We've had hours and hours of going back and forth on these plans. What might work, what probably won't work. There's been a lot of research happening between Baby Boy and Arguminivex, the Lich Dragon, who seems friendly to all of you. And also a little bit of communication with Kaz about some explosives, and with Ruko's friend Zep about some explosives. There have been a lot of rolls off screen. We're going to do a little bit of a synopsis here, just so everybody else who is not following that can get at least a glimpse into it. But there will be some things happening off screen, and probably eventually a little side session with just Baby Boy to see how it all actually goes down. But that's the plan. Before the plan happens, though, you guys did some crafting and some shopping. Jane...
Really quick.
Yes.
Sorry, on the subject of crafting and shopping, I know we're doing most of the me and Baby Boy thing between sessions.
Yeah.
Baby Boy, do you know how much money you need from me, or do you need any after all?
Oh, sorry, my voice still can't go high. It depends on what you want to invest in. Did you want to invest in the trappings too, or just the mining operation?
I can help with whatever you need help with, to like whatever the extent that I can afford it.
Currently, and this is not with the mining operation, with just mining a little bit and all the traps involved and the spells I need, it's like about 700 gold.
Okay. Are you good with me chipping in like 350? Just going halfy with you on it?
Yeah, you can even do less if you want to. I have like 1,000 gold right now.
Okay. I can swing 350. I'll pay 350 for like my half of basically getting the Toronto Try, right? Cool. As much as we can of it,
I don't know. Yeah, you could find out. I got a really beefy boy who's going to help us out.
Outstanding. So I'm Jesus.
Don't die. Take it easy.
Ooh, some popcorn. Okay, I'm deleting 350 gold. You add it, Lush.
Excellent. On the top
Sorry for accidentally keying up both times I coughed.
It's okay. I do that all the time because I'm just so used to keying up for everything. The number of times where I like key up to talk to Sochi is wild.
Yeah, he's like right there.
Yeah, when he's like sitting right next to me, and like I'm in a call with other people, and they just hear me yelling at Sochi across the room. Anyway, Chang, and on the topic of crafting, Kaz was able to finish up your spell gun. You said you're going with the Mark II, done overnight.
Absolutely.
That was 250 gold. Let's see, finishing up the card, that's a +2 to the bonus, and then you get up to 2nd level Blazing Bolts, or unofficial Scorching Ray, as I like to call it.
Absolutely.
Let's see, I will drop this in your inventory. Boop-boop.
Thank you. Yeah, Jane's very grateful to Kaz, and if he's amenable to it, I know we talked about this. I don't think he's even here tonight, but we'll allow him to do some secret robot surgery on me to whatever like he's interested in looking into. He can do that.
Would I look too to see if there's any weird arcane security in you, like they're tracking you?
Yeah, I'm amenable to that as well, for the purpose of knowing if I'd like to know if what Tesseract can do to keep track of me or whatever. So
Matt, and I'm just really nosy.
Interesting. I don't think this has been done yet.
It certainly has not. I've been kind of waiting for the right opportunity. This is Kaz. Now we're in different groups, but I see he's in Discord. Are you here, Kaz?
He might be making food.
He's cooking.
Yeah.
He's always cooking. That's all he ever does. Cook.
Come back and like play that out later if you want to or
It's
something.
almost like he's a chef.
It is almost like he's a professional chef.
Almost, but not quite.
Yeah, when he gets back, we can kind of play that out if we're still in town, which we probably will be. But I've also dropped your gun. Feel free to rename it. It should be on your weapons. You should be able to see it. It should. I don't know if there's a way to like add the charges directly to the gun somehow. I might have to look into that at some point.
If I could just like put a note in the description that I can edit, I can do it that way.
Yeah,
Jane's
you can always do
fiery spell gun. I'll let Kaz name it.
Wonderful. Likewise, Sketch, you've been doing a little crafting of your own.
Yeah.
And you have finished. I will drop it in the inventory, but I don't actually know for sure what form this is taking. I got all the like mechanics of it. I made an assumption about what kind of weapon it's based on, but you tell me, what's your thing look like? What do you come out with?
Let 1 second. I forgot the name. I know the name of it. Where to go? So it's the Nulu weapon. It's a type of weapon from like. Oh crap! Where was this from? The Free State of the Congo, Congo Basin area.
This is the second one you showed me, right?
Yeah, the second one I showed you.
Sick. It's kind of similar to like a Mambele, where it's got like the triple bladed thing going on.
Yeah.
But thicker,
Just-
wider, kind of like axe-like almost.
Yep, it was ceremoniously and just generally used for beheading a lot of the times, so it has that a real sharp, like curved hook part of it as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's neat. But it is also kind of just always crackling with a little bit of static. If you touch it, it probably zaps your finger a little bit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. We'll see more of that later.
Wonderful. Let's see.
Hearing that reminds me, I also need something for beheading. Can I get like a bone saw?
A bone saw. You do.
Listen, I don't got the strength to be chopping at this vampire's neck when he dies. I gotta saw through it. There's like a process to killing vampires, guys. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, there sure is. Okay, so okay.
It's okay. We can do this later.
No. This is important.
I
I
don't
just have to make sure that I know I'm asking the right questions. You want to get a bone saw. That's easily done.
Well, what if we cut through a dragon's humanoid's form neck?
You might also be aware, and if you're not, Argumentivix would have told you with that crazy roll between sessions, unless it is not possible, unless they don't have the room to do it, a polymorph dragon that dies or drops unconscious reverts to its natural form.
Yes, which is why we have the net in hopes that it will hold until he dies, which it probably won't.
Understood. Okay.
Then hopefully I can just chop his head off at that point. We'll see. It's probably not going to go very well.
Yes, when you're casting spells from an item, you can either use the default DC if one is listed, or your own spell casting, whichever is better.
Lovely.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Oh, Fetch and Sketch. As you guys are kind of winding down for the first night back, Pick kind of comes up to you. It says, hey, all right, cool. You guys made it. We got our mission done. How did yours go?
It went fine. We're here.
Still
It's
in one
actually
piece,
been so
nothing
long
missing?
I don't remember.
I don't either. What was our mission?
You guys were headed up to Avarice to turn on the portal to Pi was the main thing. But while you were there, you also checked out the old growth.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we're alive, so clearly we were successful.
Not even missing anything. I'm proud. You've done well.
We impressed a dragon, too. He gave us a lot of money.
You impressed a dragon.
Yeah, we did something that was helpful to him, so he was here earlier.
That's phenomenal. I've never met. Where did you meet a dragon? I've never met a dragon.
Oh, we met several dragons, didn't we?
So we at least met two, and you met one. You met one pretty intimately.
Okay, I don't necessarily need to know that part. The important thing.
Oh yeah.
You
The
okay?
hips were this wide.
Oh well, if they were that wide, then by all means.
See, it felt important to notice them because they were pretty wide.
A dragon though,
Closest
for
I've
real?
ever come to dying.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna go, then I guess. Anyway, sorry. The reason that I'm here is because we finished up our thing too. We were also working on the teleportation stuff. We were making the ones that are already open better, I think. I don't fully understand the magic behind it, but they needed silk, and we got some silk. We had to kill a bunch of things to get it. But they want you to go over to the, what do they call it? The Sky Harbor dock thing. Apparently Gigi was saying that there might be things there that could be helpful for whatever you're doing with the train stuff.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. I didn't know what we were going to do with that. I figured that was all Jane. I was just going to
Maybe.
wait and hope she didn't screw it up.
I told him that you guys didn't really need like a dock to do training. What are you training?
What's a train?
Well, it's when you like do exercise and practice with your weapons and stuff. But
Oh,
Have I been on a train? Do I know what a train is? I would
oh
assume.
my
I'd know.
god! If any of the three of you are going to know what a train is, it's probably Sketch.
Right.
Give me a society check or a crafting check. You have crafting. Yeah, give me a very easy crafting check.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know what a train is. I don't think you've probably been on one, but you have a show in Wexus as you've probably at least seen one.
So they're like big metal snakes that move on these tracks and go really fast, but you can get in them.
Like elemental? Oh, like a hollow elemental.
ridiculous! Don't fall for it. He's pulling your leg. Funny.
You got me. You just
No,
have to
no, no, no.
remember-
Jane says that's what they are. Jane says that they're real.
Oh, well, if Jane...
And I
says
saw
that
them
they're
when I
real-
had the... Well, I also saw one when I was in Wex's house. We had the show there, but, I saw one. I didn't get on it,
Wow.
but...
I bet you defeated it too. Wow.
I mean, you don't really defeat them. I think they're kind of tame the whole time. They seem very content just to move back and forth.
Why would an elemental
Yeah.
that big be over in Wex's ass?
I'm pretty content just moving back and forth sometimes too.
Oh,
He gives you a reluctant high five.
Ayo. Nice tail.
Nice tail. All right. Well, I'm gonna get back and figure out what we're doing next. It sounds like maybe we're gonna be doing more cannon practice, which is good. Apparently, the same tools that we just unlocked can also be used to improve a ship. So we're gonna try some of them out.
yeah, that sounds great. If we had a ship, we could go down there pretty easy, right? I mean,
I think that's the only way we can get down there pretty easy. But the stronger the ship is, the better.
that sounds good. We're hopefully gonna go help Mom indirectly.
No, the training thing is to help Mom. To help Switch.
I mean,
Call her mom.
you can call her Mom. We call her Mom.
Yeah.
Well, when I call her Mom, it's a very different vibe.
Yeah. Usually call
Oh,
her.
okay. You shouldn't call her Mom, no.
Well, I mean, I should, but not here. So what are you doing?
We're gonna go help another person affected by these dreams that we keep seeing Mom in, and hopefully find out more about them and get to Mom. But also, Tex told us that there's a different thing causing the dreams, so it might not be related. It's complicated.
That doesn't complicated. I mean, let me know if there's anything that I can do to help. Again, as long as we're ostensibly improving ourselves for the mission down to the raiders, then I can try to help. I don't know if I'd know much about dream magic stuff. That kind of sounds up your mom's alley.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're looking for her. We'll find her.
All right. I mean, if you find her, tell her I love her and help bring her back safe for me.
Yeah, obviously. We'll let you
No
know.
greater sympathy in the world of magic than the bonds of blood. And Korik is my guide. We will find her.
I hope you're right. I believe you're right. He brought you this far, right?
That's right.
All three of us standing in one place is better than I ever expected to see again. For a long time.
And he turned Sketch into a blood puddle.
He did what now?
Yeah, that happened.
Apparently, all my blood came out of my body for a little bit, but it went back in.
That
Yeah, he turned into a puddle.
that is fascinating. When you two were growing up, everyone always said that you were special, that you had some sort of a big destiny. But to me, you were just the stinky brats. Smelly, eating all the food, fighting all the time.
You can't say we're stinky and smelly. Pick one.
Well, you were both. You were stinky and smelly.
Yeah, maybe we wouldn't eat all the food if there was more food. Make more food.
Yeah. Speaking of which, have you tried all this food? Have you? One.
I'm so distracted. I can't think of anything except what am I smelling?
Yeah,
What is this?
It's that red and white one. They've got these it's like a they call it a pie, but it's got like this thick, they call it gravy in it. It's like a pie with gravy in it.
I've had the gravy.
Oh,
I
gravy.
don't know what a pie is, but
No,
I've had
yeah,
the
it's gravy in a pie, though, apparently. Here, come on.
Oh, my goodness. We have to go get one right now.
He buys you all meat pies. To anyone else, they would just be kind of run-of-the-mill, middle-of-the-pack, gravy beef meat pies. But, it's delicious. Meanwhile, all that's going on. We have a hand raise from Jane.
It's just a minor thing before we leave town. I just want to brainstorm and get my illustrated guide to locomotives out and buy whatever general all-purpose parts or tools I think might be important for fixing up a train.
What a great preparatory action. Wonderful. Go and give me a Translore check.
Hell yeah.
Do you want help?
Sure. Although I don't know if you can help me with trains lore.
Oh, I can help
He
you
can
with
help with anything.
anything because I
Outstanding.
have secret knowledge.
He's a
I'm gonna
mind
touch-
opener.
Secret knowledge.
I remembered
Yeah.
this time.
I will give you my best.
I will
26.
Lord, that's a critical success. You're an expert, so that's a +2?
also re-roll with this here.
I don't know what forbidden knowledge on trains looks like, but I'm sure it's a wild ride.
Hey.
Great. So it's the exact same roll.
Same roll. Okay. Still though, that is a 16 with help. Perfect. You're able to get basic mechanical things, tools, wrenches, some of the mostly equipment and tools. You know that there's also a bunch of supplies and material goods that could be useful, but most of it is a little expensive, which isn't a problem, but very heavy, which is a problem. If you needed to bring a bunch of coal to use as fuel, or if you needed to bring a bunch of copper wire or heavy iron plates, there's a lot of things that might be necessary to repair it that are less about having the right tools and more about having materials and supplies. And those are not necessarily expensive, they're just incredibly bulky and hard to transport, which is kind of... so you're able to get everything that's light. You're able to get tools, just not so much materials.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. How much do I need to spend?
Boy, let's see. You could probably go as high as 4 or 5 gold and have absolutely everything that you could possibly need to work on a train.
I'll do that.
Perfect. Tex is still probably out with Prospero, but a few hours pass. Eventually it is late at night. You guys are able to kind of walk back. Let's see. Yeah, the trek back to Bogmarth would put it pretty late. It'd be 2 a.m., 3 a.m. by the time you got to Bogmarth, and then teleport back to campus. The place is pretty dead when you eventually step back through, unless you have anything that you wanted to do before returning, Tex.
Nothing before returning. I did a little bit of shopping. Can Gigi apply runes?
Yes, absolutely. GG can apply runes for you.
How long does that usually take?
I'll double check, but I think it is short. I don't think it's a multi-day thing.
Okay. It's
I think it's an hour maybe.
Okay. Then, yeah, at some point, kind of probably before I even left with Prospero, whenever we were doing shopping, I would have gone to him and said, hey, I need you to do something and keep a secret.
Of course. What can I do?
Thanks. I think it's best that we cut there, and I'll text you.
Interesting. Excellent. Okay. You want him to turn Foster into bread?
Yes.
I need you to crush everybody.
All right. Yeah, he will stump down very low, and so whispering is kind of unusual with Gigi. He will either lift you up to his ear so that you can speak directly into it, or he does have this very, very long hearing horn. Very Whovian Dr. Seuss that just kind of winds all the way down from his ear to the ground, and you can speak into it if you need to whisper from a distance.
I don't think text whispers it, but
Fair.
just finds a moment when they have enough privacy.
That makes sense. Wonderful. I will wait for that message. As that is going on, Baby Boy, the last piece, of the many pieces that are still falling into place for your plan. One of the things that you were hoping to find is a trapper, somebody who's very good at setting traps, and especially traps that are hard to spot and hard to disable. And when you do a little bit of asking around, you eventually get a little tip from Sebastian and Gilmore, the two awakened raccoons from Bogmirth, that their sister, Dirge, is in town. She's apparently hanging out with some of the seedy folk over at the tattoo parlor. Frankly, I'm a little bit scared to go over there myself. Some of them look a little funny, or they're giving me funny looks. I think they want to skin me and wear me, but she seems to fit in just fine. She's real good at, like, traps and poisons and getting her hands dirty.
Oh, that works really well for me. There's a chance I might not be able to do the accent with my voice, but I will do my best.
It's totally fine, no pressure.
Oh. Let's see if I can do my. Oh, I'm baby boy. If I like go, I think I can do it. But like,
Yeah.
Just give us your best Jane right now.
dang.
Oh, it was so sad. It was like a sick cat.
Oh, no.
Hold on, let me lubricate my vocal cords.
Give me your best Dinnykin.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
Wow, he's really lost it.
Who's
You
Diddy
Dinnykin.
Ken?
You Dinnykin?
My Diddy Ken. My Diddy Ken.
I thought you were
I'm sorry.
joking.
I thought you said
it
like
was a
Diddy.
thing.
I think Diddy Ken. And I'm like Diddy Kong. I was
like, dang, that's actually kind of clever. He doesn't know what it means.
I don't even know what you mean. Oh. Okay, well, I guess then I'll make my way to this wee lassie.
All right, as you make your way over here, you see that it's kind of like these rough-hewn buildings. They have like little palisade spikes set up for no reason that you can really discern. Skulls are kind of hung up just to give it an edgy look. You can see that there's a campfire that has been magically tinted this like ominous red color. This heavy red curtain leading in, where you find that there are 2 or 3 slabs, a couple of which are open, but one of which has this burly orc who's kind of laying on his belly, back facing up, as a little troll dude kind of etches into his right shoulder this tattoo of a shark's jaw.
Vibe.
And you can see that the rest of him is just covered in tattoos. And there is a third creature in this building as you walk in. You can see that along the back, reclining on the desk with her feet like propped up on the coin box, there's a little raccoon who's got her arms kind of crossed, and she's just like playing with a dagger, and she looks over when you walk in the door. Yeah?
Did they give me a name?
Dirge.
Or did he just say my sister? Okay. Are you George?
Yeah, that's me. What do you want?
I thought I was going to hire you for a job. Your brother recommended you to me?
Dude, okay, you gotta slow down. Say again?
Your brother recommended you? Need a job done?
Brother. Yeah, okay. Which one? It doesn't matter. What's the pay? What's the job?
I need some traps set up. Some big ones.
Oh, it's that kind of job. You're not looking to get tattooed. Okay, I gotcha. Here, come with me. Come on. And she kind of like hops down off of the desk, back into a back room through like a bead curtain.
All right, and to not be rude, I'll go quadruped. That way I don't make her feel short. Just start crawling creepily on the ground.
You come around the corner, crawling on all fours, and she like stops and turns and looks back at you. What are you doing?
I'm walking.
Okay. What? Hey, listen, I gotta ask before we go any further. What are you?
Oh, I'm baby boy.
Baby boy. Cool. All right. You know the value of anonymity. I'm into it. What's the job? Who do you need murked?
Well, there definitely is going to be hazard pay. It's going to be quite hazardous. Would be possibly you trip there one day, 2 or 3 days of work, 2 days back.
Okay. 2 or 3 days travel, 2 or 3 days of work, 2 or 3 days back. Who am I
And then
killing?
I'll pull out the a crudely drawn picture of a dynamite trap set up inside a deep corner in the cavern one set up near the close to the beginning, and then the water trap.
Okay. She can like take the papers and she unfurls them on the little chair next to her. All right. Okay, let's see. We got
Ideally, both targets will enter the cave together, but it's not certain.
Okay, all right. So we got a couple of traps. We're doing like a hooked net in a pond. I like it. Very creative. And we have explosives in a mine shaft, a tunnel.
Aye.
Okay, awesome. I like that. I can do both those. I've worked with those. I always love an opportunity to work with dynamite. Who are the targets?
You need to know.
It does help. Are they human?
They will be in their humanoid forms.
Okay, so they're not. I need to identify who I'm trapping here. What? Is it a matter of trust? You can trust me.
Anyone can say you can trust me. Watch, you can trust me.
I like you. You're smart. All right, fair, fine. Boy, surely one of these magic boys can put an oath of secrecy on us or something, right? You know what? It doesn't matter. All you need me to do is set the trap, right?
Correct.
I don't gotta fight nobody?
No. The big problem is going to be that the first trap inside the cave is going to be set early, and then once they go inside, we will go back in and set up the second trap in case it doesn't get them all.
I
Worst case
see.
scenario, we'll trap them inside, and then after that, we will set up the final trap, which will encompass an entire teleportation on a pond. So you might not be able to get through unless you can break through your own trap wires.
I see. Okay, so we're doing hot trapping. All right. So I got to be doing. I'm working on the clock here. Okay, I can do that. I can do that for sure. Do you know what the window is between when they go in and when they might come out? I suppose it depends on where we put the trap, right? So
Yes.
first trap should be as deep as we can. Do you know how deep the shaft is?
It took me about. How long did it take me to walk through it?
Ah, boy, 10, 15 minutes.
That's it. I thought it was like 30 minutes. You said it was really
It
long.
might be. I'd have to
There's-
double check.
10, 15. I
Okay.
think.
Really, I remember being so much further than that.
It wasn't long enough that we were like taking hours. It was long enough that like we could do
Yeah.
combat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Whatever the truth might be, I will tell them that.
Sure. And I'll go back and double check it. Regardless, her answer is okay, cool. We're talking like not seconds, so it's measured in minutes, almost hours.
Have you
Cool.
miner? You already have. Wait, do I have the miner yet, or not? Or is that-
Presumably you have all. Yeah, you could already have him.
All right, I will explain who I have as my miner,
All right.
if that helps her idea.
So you got you got a big buff miner, and you got me. We're the trio. We're the dream team. We're
Yes,
setting a trap. We're setting another trap when they try to escape from that trap, and then we're setting a third trap in case they escape from both of those traps.
Yeah. In order to hide these traps, I am going to be using a summon Fae to summon a Karor who can shape stone to hide the dynamite in the cavern, as well as hiding treasure plates here and here.
What was that word?
Why did the... Pressure plates?
No, no. I'm a trapping expert. I know what a pressure plate is.
Kored?
Yes, that one. What is that?
Oh, they're like little hairy Fae men.
Okay, got it. Understood. Oh, you know what? I think my aunt died to one of those.
Oh,
It's fine. She was kind of a bitch.
oh, well,
All right, got it. That'll help that'll help with the trapping. That'll help us put pressure plates deeper down where they won't see them. It'll be not noticeable. Wonderful. Easy. If these dimensions are accurate, this is going to be pretty devastating. We're going to cave in the whole system.
I hope so. Well, maybe not the whole system, but we eventually will want to excavate again, but
Ugh, okay, all right. So not quite as much dynamite. I got to tell you, how when you say maybe we want to excavate later, when? This is going to make it harder for sure. And if you're fine with that, I'll do it. Absolutely. I just want to make sure that I'm not guaranteeing that you're going to be able to get into this place when I'm done with it.
preferably it would be nice if we could. There's some valuable resources at the bottom of the cave. Unfortunately, we're not going to mine it all out before the targets arrive.
I see. Well,
But if we can limit it, I might be able to get more of these cadets, and then maybe we can shape stone and move it back.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if we can shape stone to make it, we can surely shape stone to clear it out afterwards, right? Anyway, I'm real good at laying explosives. I don't know how to unexplosion an explosion, though. That's a little outside of my pay grade.
Could the miner be here? So obviously, like excavating it would be his realm.
Yeah, he's down to follow you. So behind you, there is this big, like, brown furred, like, grizzly bear style earth sign with this thick Drusky accent. If we want to get it out afterwards, we will need a team for certain. That is not a one-man job. But assuming that it is caved in cautiously and doesn't cause the entire shaft to collapse, maybe a week, 2 weeks to clear the rubble.
Yes, presumably after we have cleared out targets, we'll set up a mining camp and we can get things done properly.
I assume that you want to
with...
recover the body after all of this, right?
That would be nice.
Well, we will have to dig for that either way. I do charge extra. For bodies, it's a biohazard.
Is it a biohazard?
No, I was just hoping to get a little more money out of you. It's alright, you already pay me handsomely. And he kind of like slaps you on the shoulder.
How tall is he?
Tall, 7.5, maybe? 8?
Oh, he's taller than me.
He's a big old boy, he's an earth sign.
Alright.
Alright, so what's the rate? How much you paying?
Do I know roughly what would be a reasonable rate for this? Like, I know that you kind of sent me some stuff. Was that it's 5 gold a day?
Yeah, something. So essentially, we've already done a bunch of rolls here, and she's willing to do it for 5 gold a day.
Okay.
Which, for like low-level adventurer work, that's kind of the thing. Essentially, these guys are a step up from skilled hirelings. They are skilled hirelings who are also willing to do dangerous work in enemy territory behind dragon lines,
Alright,
which makes them essentially level 1 or 2 adventurers.
5 gold a day. Presumably it'll be close to a week.
Hey, you got a deal. And she sticks out a tiny raccoon hand to shake it.
I will reach out my massive hand and shake it.
She shakes it. When do we leave?
Tomorrow.
Done. I'll be there. Well, I'll be here.
Cool. And then I don't know what getting the rest of my supplies is going to look like, but
Yeah, you're able to kind of just spend the rest of the day essentially bouncing around between all these different cities that you have links to now, picking up everything you need. You probably spend a lot of time with Gigi, getting all of your like steel wire mesh nets ready. I know you at one point grab a bunch of people to just sit here attaching hooks. You hand out gold like candy to get these people to work into the late hours of the night getting this big net ready. Yeah, you're able to kind of finish up all your preparations. And we will find out how that goes soon. For now, though, let's jump back to the rest of the group. Do any of you have anything that you would like to do tonight before you settle in? Wonderful.
Don't think so.
Then let's see. Calendar. Let's see. 3 groups after the first mission. 27th. So you go to bed. Friday night. The night goes pretty uneventfully. And we have a hand raise. Yeah, what's up, Leash?
sorry, one more thing that
Yes.
I thought of on the drive back home. Would this trapper be able to make us like a hiding spot within the grove that we can like observe from without being seen?
Yeah, like a ghillie spot.
Like
A blind, essentially. Yeah, blind is what it's called.
Aye.
Yeah, I can make a blind.
Did it need to be about here? No, pointing like the point that you can see like the opening, the water, and the opening to the cave.
Sure, these are all trees. That's tree cover.
Aye.
Do you know what kind of trees? I'll make sure to grab the right colors and materials.
I'll ask Foster, I guess.
Easy enough. Yeah, Foster, no role required, is able to tell you that they were probably some sort of like oak or birch or something in a temperate environment. He does remind you that they were all burnt to a crisp.
I will remind this beautiful young woman they were also burnt to a crisp.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can work with that. That's fine. I'll just grab some of the charcoal black. You guys are any of you allergic to charcoal?
I don't think so.
I don't even know if that's possible. I just felt like I had to ask for some reason. All
That's
right.
very kind of you.
Cool. All right. I got it. I'll make sure to have some stuff ready for a blind.
Cool, thank you.
All right. We got a hand raise from Fetch.
I don't really have anything that I need. I just wanted to make a comment and to make my feelings known. Everything in this marketplace is itemized except the food, and I am disappointed.
I do intend to get to it at some point. I have also not done weapons, shields, and armor yet, so there are still a few stores that I have not actually filled out yet. However, if you would like me to make some stuff up, I certainly can. Perfect, wonderful. I'll get you some actual recipes at some point soon. Wonderful. All right, you guys are able to settle in for sleep Friday night. It goes smoothly, and eventually you wake up Saturday morning, bright and early. Anybody do anything in the morning? Go ahead.
No, nothing. I was just making last little minute preparations and such, but nothing major.
Perfect.
Yep, same. Just buying a couple of other little things here and there.
Oh, I can use a coffee. It's so early.
Cheeky have great coffee, amazing coffee.
I'll be the judge of that.
Do they?
They do.
Jane's
How would
probably
they?
there at dawn with coffee.
How can they grow coffee?
On Sirchun. They have vertical farming on Sirchun. That's the whole reason Sirchun is allowed to exist.
Okay. Sorry, I was so sassy.
It's
honestly
okay.
fairly sassy.
It's a great question, honestly. It's a fascinating question. Most of their terrain is
Are
inhospitable
coffee
to
beans-
all
are co-
agriculture.
Are coffee beans native to that area?
Yes, absolutely.
False question. They can't be because it's too volatile.
Fucking got them.
You know what? You fucking got me. You would also be aware, or at least Fetch and Sketch would be aware, that when the land reshapes itself, sometimes it does reshape with just fully grown adult trees and plants and vegetation bearing fruit.
Actually, where can I get some meth?
For that, you would actually... Oh, actually, you know what? Since you brought it up, even as a joke, while you were back in the back room of the tattoo parlor with Dirge, you do see that there's like a whole rack with like illicit substances, including some poisons back there. Which means I can actually reveal all this.
Oh. There are secret shops we can unlock? Wow.
This changes everything.
I tell no one. I don't want anyone to take my meth.
I'm not sure which one of these poisons most closely resembles meth, but there probably is
Maybe
something
Boyd
like
does
it.
not need it or want it.
Fair.
I've been afraid to try this cheeky coffee because that red-eye coffee that we got, that was something.
I get out my mask straw and I'll start sipping that coffee.
Wonderful. This is very good coffee, but it is just normal coffee. There are no weird side effects or anything like that.
Let me see how impressed I am. It's okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's
Plus-
okay with the 22.
Plussed, but not
Yeah,
overly so.
I did a will saving throw. It's fine.
All right, excellent. It is the morning. Presumably, you guys are all ready to ship out. Baby Boy, it's my understanding that this is where you part ways. So if you have anything that you would like to talk to the rest of the party about, now's your chance.
They are going to go break out Rita, right?
Yes.
That's the plan.
Do I feel like my journal could help them? My one of like the one that let's see, my barrier study journal.
Oh, from
I mean, it also definitely has a whole bunch of madness scribbles in there, so they can't read all of it.
It does, and a lot of the barrier studies are specific to your time at the library.
Some of them are from Argus, but
Some of them are from Argus. That's true.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me an arcane security check.
Okay.
The impression that you get is that
if that's a failure, I can re-roll it.
it is... Boy. It's kind of a sliding scale. I'll tell you what you get, and you decide if you want to fish for something better. The impression that you get with that result is that you could give them this book, but you're not sure how valuable it would be to them because even though it contains a few like basic principles of arcane security, they're mostly from your perspective, which is as an occultist, not an arcanist, which they don't have. A lot of it is specific to the library or to Argus's work, which was also occult. So you're not sure, like, it could be handy, but you don't know if it'd be good enough to actually help them in a pinch or a crisis.
It's also like handing an Amish person, like, here's a basic computer.
And Jane is like an incredibly intelligent arcanist. But if there's anything in here that she doesn't already know, it's going to be buried under a bunch of occult scribbles, essentially. So it's not a great resource unless she takes a lot of time to really study it or have you present
I
to
won't do
help.
that then. Because also, I don't want her to go mad, because,
Yeah, that could definitely happen.
Probably wise.
It'd be funny, though.
I don't want to be all tentacly again.
Okay, that's all I had on that.
All right, perfect. If nobody stops me, you guys are going to part ways.
The only thing I will say, I'll say to Sketch, play. Sketch, please remember to keep your head. I know it'd be quite...
I mean, where would I put it? I kind of have to have it.
It's a metaphor. I mean, keep your wits about you. Don't let Artie just... Get under your skin. Remember, we're being secretive.
Why would I let him under my skin? If it's under my skin, that's where my blood's at. I don't want that.
Do you not know what metaphors are?
No, I'm just fucking with you. It's fine. I won't.
Okay.
I love Sketch just openly being like, yeah, I'll kill him and I'll keep the head. Sure thing.
I'll just bid farewell to Baby Boy. Just be careful, yeah.
Any best?
And if I've got any magic left at the end of my days, I'll get in touch with you. The dream and wait, dream message is only one way, isn't it?
It is, yes.
We do have the ham radio.
Oh, perfect. Either way, I'll get in touch and let you know where we're at. Give you updates if when we make it to Fairnexavac's estate. I'll let you know if he's there or not.
Alright, from the sounds of it, there's a chance that Frederica... I can't say it in this voice, and I can't say it with no voice. Dragon F might come earlier than wait, which one's which? The underling might come before the overling.
Yeah, the underling is Fairnexavac. The overling, the liege, is Thernaliax.
Yeah, there's a chance he might come and investigate the old growth aboard him and then head back.
Understood. I suppose
Well,
we should move quickly then.
Ideally, he won't be returning back.
Fingers crossed.
I'm more worried about the big T than I am the little F.
Right. If
Good luck. Tell these I said hi.
yeah, sure will, Baby Boy.
Do I know how old I was when I met Rita?
Oh, God. I really should just have this on a quick reference. Let's see.
Because I will tell that to Jane, so that when Jane meets Rita, Rita can tell her when she met me, so that Jane can figure out the time differentiation between our two planes.
You believe it was about 8 years ago from your perspective.
Okay, 8 years ago for me.
Understood. I'll try to suss out that differential.
Yeah, she looks pretty young.
It's hard for me to imagine Rita young. Did she drink when she was with you? By chance? That's a weird question, I know.
Like drink alcohol or just like drink
Yeah,
liquid?
alcohol.
Did we offer her alcohol at the library?
You didn't.
I probably
and you
would have
didn't see-
offered her tea.
Yeah, if you offered her tea, she would drink the tea.
She drank some tea and cookies. Oh, she didn't drink the cookies. She ate the cookies.
Yeah, it's... She always used to say in a really sort of cryptic way that she doesn't drink anymore and would kind of stare off into the middle distance. I just kind of always wondered what the anymore was about.
I don't think it had anything to do with it.
Suppose not. Well, I'll give her your regards.
Good luck, Jane. Also, did we... I don't know if Kaz is back. Did we want to make the rolls about Jane?
Oh, right.
Oh, right. Yeah, Kaz, do we have you present currently? I know you're not scheduled tonight. It's fine if you're busy.
And the reason I still wanted to make my arcade security check.
He said, yeah, you can make your arcane security check. This could be very good for Jane to know before she leaves. And
Yes,
if,
I would love to know this before going to
yeah.
Tesseract.
If needed, we can always retcon this later. Just, like, we can say you did it and do rolls later.
Love
Okay.
to.
Let me know if this is a failure because blah blah blah.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Kaz is here.
You're making soup.
That is a failure.
Really- Is there any way for me to assist them?
Yes,
with
I
this?
can cast my spell and you can assist me, and you can make any lore check you want.
Hey, you could make a train floor check if you wanted.
I say, does it have to? There's probably
No,
some
it can be
similar
literally
mechanisms.
anything. It does not matter what it is. It's
I say, but it does have to be a
wild
lore, though. I
spell.
can't do like Arcana.
It has to be a lore.
Okay,
Still.
got it. I'm gonna
Um,
roll Academia. Terrible rolls. Let's get these bad dice rolls out of the way.
ooh, that's better for me.
It is a little better for you. You absolutely discover that there is a little bit of arcane protection on a lot of Jane. You don't, with the 23, get the impression that they're like actively scrying. You're not seeing a lot of divination. You're mostly seeing abjuration, and the impression that you get with your expertise is essentially that they are protecting trade secrets. If Jane falls into the wrong hands, they don't want her to be reverse engineered, is the vibe that you get on the 23.
She has like some self-destructive capabilities.
It doesn't seem as extreme as like a self-destruct button.
Sabotage, maybe.
It's more of an obfuscation. There are spells in place that prevent her from being identified accurately. And I think Jane would... Well, yeah, you're an arcanist. You're not an industrial arcanist, but you would know that that's certainly a thing that happens a lot in Wexas. They obfuscate all of their code.
Right. So I probably recognize that about like the piano my sister-in-law had in her bar and such.
For sure, for sure.
For what's worth, as this is happening, like Jane will simply lay down on like a operating room table or like a crafting table, and her like face plate will split open, and she'll sort of like hand Kaz the instruction manual, open up all the panels, and she'll like activate all the features she knows how to activate. So her like eyes will glow a little green as she turns on her night vision, and she'll like run her subroutines and overclock everything, and just be running everything she can for Kaz to take a look at.
Hell yeah, the full routine.
And if
Baby
we knew
boy
that-
is loving this.
if we were like planning for this, and I can switch out a few things that I would feel as I can switch out on a daily, then as Kaz getting Jane all set up for this, he's like, making sure the area is clean. There's not like he's.
Is your mic
de-static.
up?
Maybe, I don't know.
I think
Is
it's
that
just
better?
because he's in the kitchen. I got you turned
Oh,
on. You're
okay.
fine.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
That does sound better.
But he's like making sure that the workstation is free of static and whatnot. You know, he's like setting up to build a computer basically.
Hell yeah.
And then as
Please
Jane,
stick with that.
hang on.
What time is it?
We just have to wait for 9 bells, everybody.
No, only 8.
All
He's
right, we
from
got
a-
one.
He's
Oh,
from a
the
weird
clock.
land. I love that we poke him exactly once this whole session, and it is right at the turn of the hour.
On the hour. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. But as he's getting all that set up, and then you hand Kaz like your operating manual and everything, then Cackles kind of like waddles in, and he puts on like elbow length rubber gloves to also prevent static and what. He's like, "All right, I need you to lie back. Now put your legs up in these stirrups."
She like looks to Kaz to make sure that's actually necessary.
This might not be a bad idea.
She kind of shakes her head, but still does it. I didn't know that you worked in the top floor of a bell tower in a like Renaissance era city, by the way.
Yeah, I'd imagine Kaz, like when he's on campus, has his like crafting workshop set up, probably in like the bell tower building, because it's like it's nice and cozy, it's quiet,
Yeah.
it's far away from everybody. People
Hell
don't bug
yeah.
in a lot usually, but it does mean that every time you come in there, you have to deal with the clock.
Love that.
I do love clocks. I famously love time.
She does. She loves that.
Perfect. I know Kaz has already essentially done his heavy scrutiny crafting
I can
check.
give him help with this too if he wants.
What I'm mostly saying is he has already crit this. There's not much more that he can get unless
Has
he
he?
has... Yeah, when he first opened you up, he crit that, didn't he?
This is the first time this has ever happened, I think.
That
He crit on Drifter.
oh, it was
this is the first
Drifter.
time Jane
You're
has
right.
it's been.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is
Opened
new.
up.
This is new. Kaz, if you're here, give me a crafting check, and if not, I can
Yeah,
record
this is
it.
all new.
Yeah, I'll give you help action.
So to the extent that there's anything I can do to help, I will also help.
20.
That is a regular success for a +1.
I mean, if Jane wants, I can have up to 3 other people help with this too, but we only get like the best one.
Could
And I
I
think
could take a swing at it.
because I've got
If you do
Pack
that, it will negate mine. I think though. I don't know how.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I think I'm not sure how the help with this works.
That's fine. I'll just keep yours. You're good.
I believe because I have Pack Tactics, that help becomes a +2.
I think that is right. I'll double check it.
Doctor.
Doctor? Are we referencing old people movies right now?
I don't know. I was just calling him a doctor because he's operating on Jane.
I see.
Jane.
Jane.
Oh,
Oh
really
no,
quick
we
thing.
didn't put her under.
This is probably not a big deal, but before this all starts, I will cast this on myself.
Wonderful. Good to know.
Actually, you know what? I'm actually not going to do that because I think that might interfere with what Kaz is trying to do. So never mind.
All right, got it. Wonderful. Okay, excellent. As you take a look, you're able to kind of suss out.
What the +2 you got for me?
So his gives you a +2 to your aid check. It is not a +2 to the bonus. It's a +2 to your check. So your help went from a 20 to a 22.
Gotcha. I understand now.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. With the 26, though, that is absolutely a success. You essentially take a quick lay of the land. You can see that most of it is pretty advanced robotics that is very obviously taking some inspiration from the Imric soldiers that were used to invade about 20, 30 years ago. They've iterated on it, they've made it their own, but a lot of the underlying principles are the same. And just like you've torn open Warhounds, you've also torn open some of those Imric Warbot soldiers and kind of learned how they work. And a lot of the principles are similar, but there's a lot of organic magic going on here. There's more magic than machine. And in that sense, it kind of resembles like an Adendric golem. In other words, what you're seeing is this is a machine that is largely composed of sympathetic magic. It occurs to you that there is probably something resembling a soul inside of here. It occurs to you that it is probably alive by most definitions of alive, even though it is entirely inorganic. It also occurs to you that it would probably stop working entirely in an anti-magic field. The machines they're not enough to keep it going. It does require magic to run. Jane is an inherently magical creature. If there's anything specific that you're looking for, let me know. Perfect.
I don't really think so. And this is going to be a big stretch if it is, but it's just kind of on his mind, after opening up Drifter and seeing, like the Votzi's Maker Mark in there. Who's any of those?
Sorry, I missed that last part.
Oh boy.
Oh, Votzi's mark. Got it.
No, you do not see any of those marks. However, because you rolled really high, I will also point out that there were none of those marks on Drifter either, and you critically searched Drifter. It is almost certainly, even if it is their work, they're not branding their work. They didn't brand Drifter, so there's no reason to believe they would brand any other work.
God, I don't know how that hadn't occurred to me till just now. The idea that I was made by your uncles too.
Notably, there is one exception to that branding, which is the hidden brand on the butt of the gun that was found by Fetch.
They're going to say Jane's butt.
Yeah.
And then no signs of a remote kill switch or the ability to scry on me or know what I'm doing at all times.
Nothing that Baby Boy or Kaz are able to find. There are lots of protective things here, but nothing aside from Kaz's. They both find a diagnostics module. That's the closest thing that they can find. Essentially, just a a status report of how have you been operating for the past 3 or 4 months. But even that is just like machine readings, temperature readings, pressure readings. It's not like, oh, she went here and saw this.
Right. Cool. Well, that's all very comforting, if true.
If true. Big if true.
Big if true.
All right, wonderful. Anything else before you guys set out? Excellent. Then let's be on our way.
Before I close Jane back up, Cackles does come over and, like, I don't know what he draws because he's just a little potato hyena. He draws something in like charcoal on like the inside of a faceplate before we close her back up.
Amazing.
And he's like, "All right, now we know that if there's a different one of you that doesn't have that, then she's the fake and she's the one we gotta kill." Also, look, I have a maker's mark. Can I put this on every gun I make from now on?
Actually, Cackles, that's very smart.
It is clever.
I'm a
Think
genius.
about that. You are. Look at you. Oh, what a good boy. I'll give you.
Don't patronize me.
Do you not want to be a good boy?
I do, but you don't need to like talk down to me.
I'm talking to you. See, I'm the same height. I'm like crouched, of course.
I don't know. You're scarier when you're at eye level.
Good to know.
All right. With that, as you guys wake up Saturday morning, get a little food, you head off on your way. I'm going to pull us over to the map real quick so you can see where we're going.
I can't wait to ride that Fetch's girlfriend.
Hey, yo, son.
Wonderful. It is essentially a day and a half, maybe 2-day journey to get to this station. Jane knows that it is called the Molasses Pass Station. It is along this western mountain ridge, the Molasses Mountains. And if everything goes smoothly, day and a half. If you guys run into trouble, which is possible, it is the apocalyptic jungle, it could be about 2.5, maybe even 3 days. Once you get there, assuming that you find a working train, it can make it to Liberty by the end of that night. Also assuming that they've not closed any of the rails down along the way because it was never finished. Hard to say for sure. But if everything goes smoothly, that is the plan. Possibly there in as soon as 2 days.
Hot.
But first, you guys have to trek through the jungle. And for that, I am absolutely going to need some survival checks from whoever feels confident leading the way.
Better beat me to it.
I do not feel confident leading the way.
Texas sleeping on somebody's shoulder.
But I guess I can help if no one else is going to. I'm okay at it.
Damn!
Oh god, I'm not needed though.
Incredible. Alright. The travel goes unbelievably smoothly for the first day and a half or so. There are a couple of times when you hear distant monsters, and you guys all kind of quickly realize that Fetch has an incredible instinct for hunting and being hunted. He knows how to slow everyone down when it's important to listen. He knows how to pause. I imagine that there are probably times when Fetch just kind of puts a hand up and everybody just sits and waits and does nothing for 5 minutes until Fetch kind of gets the impression, all right, it's safe to move on. He, for a little while, is able to kind of follow some streams when he feels like it's safe, and then there are times when he'll look at a river bend and be like, oh, that's dangerous, we can't go next to that river bend. For reasons that are probably not super clear to most of you. Sketch probably is able to get an inkling on some of them. But overall, Fetch just does an incredible job of navigating this terrain. He makes it seem easy. By the time you get to the day and a half point, and you know that the station is coming up, you almost forget, oh, this is a dangerous jungle. Because, frankly, he's made it painless. He has made it as easy as a merchant road. And it is about mid-afternoon Sunday, 2 or 3 in the evening, when you start to see these mountains climbing up and up toward the sky. And you continue to walk for maybe another hour, hour and a half until you get to the foot of those mountains. And you spot some buildings, dilapidated, worn down. Many of them look like they were only under construction when they were destroyed. It looks less like this place was finished and got ruined, and more that it was a construction site and then it got ruined. But you find yourselves at the Molasses Pass Station.
As we're approaching, let me see how long the spell lasts.
Yeah.
All right, I'll wait for a minute.
The first thing that you notice as you approach is that there is a pretty big kind of crane winch system of some sort next to a track that has been laid.
Approach this like.
Oh, what? You cut out there.
So sorry, I was lagging and started talking, and then all of a sudden I heard you talking.
Oh, gotcha. I got you. Cool. You see there's like a big winch crane. There is a track that seems to lead into a very large cave opening that has been kind of like very deliberately mined out to be wider. You can see that they had started to pour and lay some foundation for what probably would have been a platform here, but it is totally unfinished. It's essentially just a 5-foot pit into the ground. You can see wreckage and debris everywhere. There are scattered pieces of metal and tools and wood splinters, all of which is given a healthy coating of 20 or 25 years of overgrowth as the jungle has kind of reclaimed this territory. But this is what you see.
As we're approaching, Jane's got her illustrated guide to locomotives in between her arms, like crossed in front of her, like holding it to her chest. Do I see any trains?
Give me a perception check.
Listen, can I roll a trains check to see a train?
It sounds so reasonable, but I don't know if I can justify it.
It's okay, it would only be one more anyway.
What if he made a trains check using his wisdom modifier instead? for recognizing the sound of what a train is.
What does she need to roll to manifest a train?
Some magic, some spells. You do not see one right away. You see tracks for sure. You see equipment. You see signs that trains have been here. And I will give you, go ahead and give me a trains lore check now. Now that we've determined what your eyes can see, let's find out what your brain knows.
She walks up and sniffs the track, gives it a lick test. She's like, "Yep, that's a train."
Wait, stand by, guys. Be careful. There's some kind of ladder for giants up ahead. I think we're up against. It's fallen over. I don't know what they were trying to climb onto. Are we near any mountains?
Yeah, you're at the foot of the mountain.
Yeah.
That's called a track. And she'll step next to Fetch, like open her illustrated guide to locomotives.
Start showing a ladder, Jim. Anyway, stay here. I'm gonna scout the area looking for giants.
Okay, wait. But before you go, I'm gonna cast the spell on Fetch.
Perfect.
I get anxiety.
Amazing. I love casting a spell. It just makes somebody anxious. With your 15 chains check, you do see essentially spent fuel carts, which indicate a train has been here at least once. There's no reason that those would have been here if there hadn't been a train here burning fuel. So even if there is not one here right this second, you know there have been trains here.
She points at that and says, "That's a good sign. At least I didn't know if the station ever got finished enough that there would be a train here, but it stands to reason if was a train at some point halfway between the cities that this rail was supposed to connect, that must have got completed. At least the rail did."
Jane, take cover. Giants are incredibly perceptive. They have a bird's eye view of everything.
I really don't know much about the jungle, and you've done such a great job leading us so far that I don't want to undermine what you're saying, but if what you're worried about is that slatted ladder-looking construct laying on the ground, that's not a giant ladder, that's a train track. If you just look at this book for like a second, I can show you.
It's the part that the metal elementals go on. They like that part.
It's like a road. You know what a road is since you've come to the civilized world? Civilized is the wrong word choice, I'm now realizing. It's like a road for a giant machine that moves on that road.
Oh. It's a ladder for machines,
Yeah,
but it
so
moves
it's
them
not too far off.
horizontally instead of vertically.
Right. This
That's what I
particular kind of
suspected.
machine.
Is it?
I had a feeling that was the case.
Didn't you just say that the ladder had fallen over? Implying that you thought it should be upright?
No, Sketch, it's bolted to the ground. Pay attention. No, I'm just-
Can I go over to these fuel tanks and see how old they are? How long they've been here?
Absolutely. I'm going to write out your existing train lores check. You're able to tell that the last, oh boy, they were burned at least like 10, 15 years ago. It's old. They'd have time to soak in the water and kind of bloat and sponge and then wash away. So it's been a long time. Likewise, the machinery next to it is dated. It is certainly at least, you're looking at vintage equipment. You're looking at 15, 20-year-old equipment.
I was about to make a joke of like, do I see the tracks of any trains, meaning like survival, but I am realizing that these are the tracks of trains
You
right
do.
here.
You do. You actually see train tracks. And you can see, dimly lit by the sunlight, that they lead into this cave where there's a little bit of a switch. You assume that this was probably just kind of looking at all over, about to lead up to a station platform and like a little dock, or I don't know what it's called when it's a train, a bay? A bay? Surely it's, I don't know. Anyway, the place
Like
where
a
the
train
trains park.
station?
Yeah, like a train
Oh.
station, but specifically where all of the extra trains park.
A
The
train-
manifold.
Train. Oh, I know that.
I feel like I know this one, right? Like, I'm so upset. Depot. Thank you, Sidro. Thank you. Anyway, all under construction. Never got finished. Sketch is starting to sneak up. Fetch, I think, is also starting to sneak into the cave to take a look.
Sorry, I
Yes.
do hate to interrupt in a session that I'm not even in for a dumb joke because
Really
Do
are.
it.
people hate when I do that. But I do love the idea of Jane very slowly and calmly explaining what a train track is to Fetch, and then being like, "And since there's and look, that means that the train has been through here."
Yes.
Guys, how
That
funny
was
would it be
quality. That's good.
if there was a giant in this cave? Would that be the funniest thing?
Oh my god. I would 360. I'd be like, I knew it.
Anyway, if you're approaching stealthily, give me stealth checks.
I'll hang back a little bit and not try to enter till I get like the clear from those two.
Since we're playing the tabletop role-playing game Pathfinder 2, which involves a lot of circumstantial bonuses and negatives,
Yes.
and both Sketch and I are stealthing specifically around obstacles and cover in the map.
Yeah.
Can we get a bonus? Circumstance?
Yeah, if you guys are essentially aiding, or you guys are both proficient in stealth, you can aid each other. Yeah. So both of you roll stealth, and for each 15 plus, you add a +1 to the other.
Okay. No, there's no bonuses for like cover? For like these little crates?
No, the cover is actually mandatory to do the stealth. Without cover, you could not do the stealth. With that said, Sketch's 15 plus bumps you to a 25, which is a critical success. So Sketch is able
also
to.
not true because the cave is dim.
That is true. You're correct. You're absolutely correct. It does conceal you enough. Look at you knowing the system. Anyway.
Pathfinder 2nd Edition is based on D&D 3.5, which I'm a freaking master of.
True. You probably know the system better than I do, honestly. Either way, though,
If I can
Sketch
remember it.
is able to bump you from a 24 to a 25, so we have one success, one critical success, and one failure from Tex. Or at least a low roll from Tex, I should say.
Minor
I
thing, just
rolled the
keeping up
best.
detect magic.
Perfect. As you guys get close, probably a little bit before then, I'll actually warn you about here. But you guys hear as you approach. You hear a bang, a resounding, like somebody banging on a metal pot. And then there's like a little bit of a silence as the gong kind of reverberates in the cave. And then there's another bang, bang. And as you kind of poke your head around with that critical success fetch, you do see that just around the corner to the right, there appears to be a locomotive. However, you also see that is the source of the banging, and the banging is from some sort of a large feathered creature, which is banging on the side of it and ripping out copper wire. You can see that there's wire kind of strewn out from its innards, and it seems to just be yanking out wire. And it does not notice you yet.
This is a problem. There's a train up ahead. It's being attacked by an axe beak.
We need an intact train, so maybe we put the kibosh on the bird.
All I know about creatures like that train is that Drifter's one of them, and he's fine by me. We should save it.
I think that's all you need to know for the next 2 minutes.
All right, the plan is to ambush the bird.
Wait, that bird is not an axe beak. It's like 4 times the size of an axe beak.
That is true.
Well, it's acting like an axe beak.
If we have a second to, like if the bird doesn't notice, if I've got a second to throw up like a quick little pre-buff.
Sure.
I move forward while they're discussing this.
Okay, excellent.
As you move forward, Tex, you feel your itty little kitty cat feet moving faster than you even intended to move them, and I'll cast haste on you.
Wonderful. Excellent. So, essentially, in Pathfinder, when you do a stealth check leading into an encounter like this, you use your stealth check as your initiative. So I just need initiative from Jane, and then I guess we do have to, like, re-roll those of you who already rolled and enter into your stealth checks.
I get a +1 from anxiety.
You do. So yours
You
actually
do.
becomes a 26 total.
As usual, I'm going to wait to see everybody else's before I decide what to do with my shit.
I forgot I have a +1 item bonus to stealth checks because of my Shadow Rune.
Excellent.
So we carry over the stealth roll from earlier?
Yep, but then if you have
Or-
specific
okay.
bonuses to initiative, you can add it to that. So let's see. Fetches becomes 26. I believe Tex was a 12. Yeah, 12.
14.
14.
Though I don't know why.
Sketches bumps to a 18.
19 with the item bonus.
19. And we got Jane with...
All right. I will... I'll go ahead and try to do my, whatever the fuck it's called. Time stream thing. So she need to roll flat check. Oh god, is it 1 through 10 or 1 through 9? Now I gotta read the feat.
Yeah, it's probably 1 through 10. If it's a coin flip, it would be 1 through 10.
I think it is, but I just want to find out. Yeah, TC 11. Okay. So I go right here.
All right, wonderful. As Tech steps up, there's a little pebble that kind of clatters across. This thing turns and cocks its head. It is not surprised, but it does still act after all of you except for Jane. Fetch, you're the first to act. What do you do?
My best. I can't make it all the way over there, so I think I should spend my turn positioning, rather than give myself away. So I'm gonna try to make some ground here. How do you get the ruler?
If just strategically here, if everyone stays within 30 feet of me on my turn, I can give you all a free move next turn. I don't know if that works, but I am not even within 30 feet of you, so
Yeah, I don't think the math works out. I have to retreat a little to get that.
it's all good. Carry on.
Okay, I'll just count it out top by top. 1, 2,
Oh, yeah, ruler.
6.
Oh, wait, don't count.
So that's one action move. Wait, did I hear it from the left or the right?
From the right. You can kind of see it over here.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
See just a little wing of it.
It probably sees in the dark. I don't know that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna move here, and then I'm gonna spend my last action. I don't know, dodging. Can you dodge?
You cannot dodge in this system. That's the one thing I think is missing, is like some sort of a readied preparatory defensive action. What you can do is you can just hold the action for your next turn, though, and you'll have 4 actions next turn.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
That's a little house rule we're doing.
Yep, holding.
All right, perfect, wonderful.
I'm also going to light a torch. I'm not actually lighting a torch, but I can't see anything.
Do you do it this turn? Is a torch lit right now?
Biscuit, am lighting a torch on my character's
I
face
understand.
so that I can see.
I gotcha. Okay, perfect. That'll bring us to Sketch.
Okay. Just gotta get in there. I'll probably use 2 actions to move. There's nothing for me to hide behind. I guess I use 3 actions and just get up next to it.
All right, excellent. As you guys get closer, you see that this thing is enormous. Its head towers over the train itself. It's easily like a good 11, 12 feet tall. It has multiple yellow eyes on each side of its face. It's got these curled black horns coming off the back of its head, and this like sickly bright red beak that ends in a curved point. That brings us to Tech.
Okay, well,
You're hasted.
I'm going to triple stride.
Wonderful.
It is currently off guard to me.
Pew-pew. Done. That is a hit, thanks to off guard.
For 14 points of damage.
14 points of piercing damage. And let me double check a thing real quick. Okay, yeah, perfect. Excellent. As the whip sinks in, there is this sizzle and spatter as the acid begins to bake in on its flesh. It lets out a horrific squawking screech and flaps its wings. Anything else?
I think that is all for my actions. So.
All right, wonderful. That brings it to its turn. It is going to use its first action to grab a big chunk of this copper wire that it is pulling at. Essentially just like bundling up a bunch of it into one of its talons. And then it is going to use its second 2 actions to fly past all of you and essentially flee. But that does run it through your attack of opportunity text if you would like.
Would love to. Just double check that I don't have anything weird for this.
As it brushes past, it kind of sweeps one of its feet and just knocks your blade away, just long enough to give itself a window to start flying out this way. And then third action, Jane, you see it continues to fly out, dragging behind it just this long trail of copper wire. Let's see, 60. Pythagorean puts it right about here and about 10 feet up off the air, or off the ground.
Intriguing.
And that brings us to you, Jane.
Okay. Does it seem clear to me that the body language of this thing is like fleeing?
No check required. It seems to be fleeing, and it seems protective of this copper wire. Give me animal handling, or nature, I think is what it is. I don't know.
She's building a train herself.
She's building a train.
Nature, you say?
Probably nesting. This reminds you a lot of nesting.
Intriguing. Well, I just want the train. What is the copper that it's carrying? Am I going to need that?
It is a big, heavy hunk of like thick cabled copper wire. You're not sure how much of it you need, but you do know that. Actually, give me a translore check.
Yes, I'd love to. I'll do like an action for a translore check if you need me to.
Yeah, for sure.
God almighty, I've rolled so bad on all these. I'm going to spend a hero point.
All right, let's see.
Can't roll over like a 5 on a translore check.
Damn.
Good worse.
You know that a lot of this is used in the engine of a steam train. You know that you could get by without some of it. It depends on how much of it is missing. If all that is missing is the chunk that it is currently holding, the train is probably reparable.
Okay. Can I see into the cave more, Matt, to see if there is more of it?
It is a huge cave and you're very far away. Let me see. Do you have dark vision?
I do. Thanks to my
actually,
vision.
I think just plain old line of sight, you don't see the train itself. You do see that there are piles of more copper wire out back here, though.
Okay.
Not piles is too neat of a word. It looks like it was strewn about. It looks like this thing has been ripping copper for a while.
Okay. Boy, if it looks like there's more of this copper, and this thing is just running away, I don't know if I'm gonna do anything about that. I think I'd just, duck.
Totally fair, yeah. You can essentially, ready your whole action to get out of the way if it does anything hostile.
Yeah, that's essentially what I'll do.
All right.
I'll save my turn.
Perfect. Holding your turn, then. That brings us to Fet.
Boy, oh boy. This did not go well. Uh, 20, 30. One action. 2 actions. Good. 3 actions and final action attack.
Hell yeah, with held action.
With a snagging strike.
Oh, wait, hang on. It needs to move, though. Notably, it is about 10 feet off the ground. You can do a cool running leap if you want. It'll be a minor acrobatics or minor athletics check.
Reach, yeah.
Oh, if you got reach.
Well, no, I don't have reach. I mean, I can reach, right? So, a 6 foot tall human being can reach to
to arm length. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. You can absolutely
can
get enough to snag its leg for sure.
By the way, snagging strike is not going to stop him, but here we go. I remember to target.
So proud. Actually, it is flanked. Well, no, it's not. It's up. And I don't think Jane has a melee weapon.
Negative.
That is a hit. If the strike hits, the target is off guard until the start of the next turn. Okay, perfect. Give me some damage. That is an additional...
I believe the spirit of snagging strike implies that I'm grabbing it. So if it does fly away, I'm going with it.
I do like that. Combine an attack with a quick grappling moves to throw an enemy up as it stays within your reach. Boy, it doesn't say that you actually grab onto it. It doesn't give it the grabbed condition. I think you're kind of just doing a snag and then it's a one-time thing. With that said,
I'll get some feathers if it flies away.
Absolutely. So a couple of things do happen. First of all, it's in your range, so you'll get an attack of opportunity if it tries to leave, and you can absolutely use that if you would like to try to grab onto it. Also, you sink in for 15 points of slashing and persistent bleed, and you see a trail of blood begin to drip down from it as it flies away. Damage.
Yeah. So I'm getting persistent bleed from 2 different sources, and I believe it stacks kind of like
Yeah, because of your
and then it'll do one more.
right, because of your fancy item, it bumps from 1d6 to 1d6 plus 1. So I'll modify that.
Okay.
And I think that is all of your actions, which brings us to Sket.
Real quick.
Yes.
Sorry, since I was holding my turn, since it looks like the fetch somehow caught up with this thing, I don't think there's a chance of it. I'll go and take my turn now if I can.
Yeah.
I will cast seeing him run out of the cave, trying to catch up with this bird, trying to grab onto it. I will hold my top up, and it starts to spin very slowly in my hand, the opposite direction it was spinning when I was casting at Tex. I'll cast slow on the birdie boy.
Ooh, excellent. Okay, this is a fort save.
Indeed.
That is just barely a success. It is
Bastard.
still slowed 1 for a round.
And then that's 2 actions. Third action, I will. Let's see here. I will cast a spell on Fetch. Again, just kind of similar to the Anticipate Perils, giving them brief glimpses into the future. And well, Fetch, if you want a nat 7 on a saving throw or a skill check before my next turn, you've got it.
Boy, oh boy, I sure might.
Sure might. All right, that brings us to Sketch. Sketch, this thing has flown right over you and Tex and seems to be booking it.
How far away is it from me?
Great question. 90 plus like 10 feet up, so probably like 95-ish.
Oh, I didn't even see it went over there. I was thought
yeah.
it went further in.
So when you guys came over here, and when Tex attacked it, it grabbed some copper and bolted. It does not look like it wants to fight.
Okay, I'll use 1 movement action to move 30 feet this way, and that should get it within 60 feet of me, and I can cast a spell using my new item.
Sick.
So Sketch is going to brandish this Nulu. It's got a big metal blade. The handle of it is this dark wood that kind of looks like it's been struck by lightning. Uses to offset the metal weight. It's got these large orbs. Just give it a kind of a weird grasping handle. Anyway, he's going to swing that down, and a sudden bolt of electricity is going to shoot out of it and towards the large bird here. It needs to give me a reflex save.
Okay. This thing, especially carrying all the copper, is very clumsy. It has a -1 penalty to this reflex save.
Also, copper hella conducts electricity.
Sure do. It sure do. All right, this -1. Well,
Well, okay. It manages to avoid it.
that is a basic save, so it still takes half damage.
Okay, good.
And you do find that as the bolt zaps into it, the copper does absolutely conduct it and essentially gives it a weakness 3 to electric damage.
Ooh, neat.
So this is 21 cut in half to 10, plus another 3, back up to 13.
Cool. And my sword with its conductive energy just allows Sketch to tune into his elemental connection and move an extra 10 feet with his move action. Since we are able to split up movement, I'm going to do that now.
Perfect.
And move an extra 10 feet. And
Right.
that'll be it.
All right, that brings us to Tex. You are quick and you have an extra
Okay.
action.
Sure do. Hey, can somebody make Forge not suck ass?
I always like the dragging and ruler tools. I'm so used to Roll20.
Yeah, it's because Roll20 actually did it right, and Foundry decided to make it absolute garbage. Like,
I'm sure there's
let's-
probably a mod for it.
let's
I
make-
should look into it.
Let's make everything convoluted as hell and pick the worst shortcut keys for every single thing. Like, if you hold like
I
control,
think it's like
and
control
move,
left click, yeah.
like then press space to make like points.
Some real blender shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're able to run over here.
Yeah, I run over here and I send the thorn whip out, and it wraps around its leg, and I'm going to do a trip and just pull it down.
Damn it. It wants to be free. Oh my god. Critical success, the target falls, land prone, and takes a d6 of bludgeoning.
2 bludgeoning damage.
Oh my god. I accidentally added 90 feet. Boop-boop. Fall to the ground and prone. Yeah, this thing comes crashing down. There's the sound of metal clacking as the wires just kind of fray everywhere, kind of bouncing around, wobbling. Let's see, prone condition. Well, that sucks. Anything else, or was that all 3? Oh, wait, you have 4 action.
That was all 4.
That was all 4? Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I had to triple move.
That makes sense. Well, it's going to use 1 action to stand up, which triggers opportunity attacks from Fetch and Tex. That is a hit and a crit from Fetch. God damn.
What is PWL?
Proficiency without level. Basically, it makes everything kind of less impacted by its level.
That was a heck of a roll. I can't believe it didn't crit. It's crazy.
It did crit. You crit.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I was looking at Texas. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, so crit from Fetch, hit from Tex. Lord Tex is able to pierce in. There's more spattering of acid cooking away at this thing as it flails around. And 28 damage from Fetch. That bumps the persistent bleed up to a 2d6 and the stack, so it's now 2d6 plus 2. Let's see. Cool. Automatically updated. Wonderful. It's slowed, so it only gets 1 more action. I think it has to leave the wire behind. Yeah, it's going to use its last action to just flee. It flies another 60 feet. It'll essentially do 30 feet over, 30 feet up.
All right. That's a victory. It dropped its stuff.
It also leaves behind this big, long trail of both, like, dripping acid and also a ton of blood as it flies out this way. And that brings us...
bleed to death at the end of its turn.
Almost certainly, yeah. Oh, right, it is the end of its turn right now, and it takes 15 points of bleed damage. Yeah, so this thing flaps around, it, like, flails and squawks, it takes up into the air, makes it about 25 feet up, and then it just nosedives, crashes into a tree, and crumples about here.
Ooh, we killed it. Ooh.
Way to go, dum-dum.
Well, don't blame me. You're the one that covered it in acid.
You did make it bleed a lot.
I don't think he was being sarcastic, guys.
Yeah, I think that's just his nickname.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if this thing is edible.
Tell me how you see if this thing is edible. Does that mean you just start eating it? What do you do?
I'm gonna just, like, smell it a little bit.
Sure, give me a perception check.
Do I know what kind of creature this is?
Give me... Ooh.
It's an egg-tooth bloodbill.
Yeah, it's an egg-tooth bloodbill matron. Let me double check. What are the rules on this? What is this supposed to be? Arcana or nature, either one.
Oh, blessed be.
Incredible. Yes, you recognize right away that this is an egg-tooth bloodbill. And also, with a critical success, you recognize that it is almost certainly a matron because it has a scorpion-like tail with a stinger at the end. That is something that only the mature female species do. This thing was almost certainly nesting. It needs lots of material to make its nests. It has a venomous sting that is very, very painful. It has the ability to grab things and kind of carry it with them as it flies away. It prefers to fight and hunt in groups with a brood of males, which is probably why it didn't seem interested in picking this fight, is because it was alone. They don't like to fight alone.
Any risk of its pack coming here?
With a critical success, if they were here, they would have sprung out by now. With a 28, you would know that the males are not equipped with stingers, so what they like to do is essentially ambushes. They hide in trees. and then they swoop down and do these like big ambush strikes that do like fatal damage to something, catching them off guard. And with a crit, you also know that the young are incapable of flight, so they basically just charge at people with these sharpened egg teeth that they have at the tips of their beak.
So cute. Okay to eat,
Was
not
she
good
pregnant?
to eat.
Yeah, with a critical success, they're okay to eat, but there's kind of a stigma about eating monsters because they're monsters, so people are kind of like a little weirded out by it. But with that said, it tastes like chicken. It's, actually it probably tastes a little more like duck.
I'll look over at text and say it should taste mostly like duck, just don't eat the stinger. Good call. By the way, bringing it down, we need this wire for the train.
I figured anything it was pulling out of there we probably needed.
I'm gonna go take a look.
I'm gonna start carving this thing up.
Hell yeah, give me a survival check. Tasty chicken.
Tasty chicken.
Yeah, you're able to get some, it's not elegant, but you're able to get some meat.
Oh yeah, messy cuts. Like, I don't have hands, so there's probably like dirt and gravel getting into the meat.
For sure. You gotta like carefully kind of poke around the splotted, like acidy bits. You gotta avoid the tail. It's like picking off of a very lean chicken bone, but you're able to find some good meat in there for sure. Probably not any that's gonna like keep for a long time, but a good snack for you right this moment. It is also worth mentioning that as you eat it, there is like a little bit of demonic presence to it. It is one of the Idendric monsters, which means it is essentially an angel, or at least the spawn of an angel, a few generations descended, which means it has some sympathetic energy that you're able to eat along with its actual flesh. Not enough to give you like a huge boost in power or anything, but it's nourishing for you.
Kind of gamey.
Yeah, little. Jane, as you come around here, you see a train. It's a little older. It's weary. It's been hacked a lot. You can see that there's wire that has been pulled out in spools from its stator. You can see that it had about 10 or 11 cars. A lot of them have been wrecked, but there's 2 or 3 near the front that are still in okay condition. First glance, it's not promising. It's going to need a little bit of work, but it could be fixed. To take a closer look to it, let me get a lore check.
Cool. I will do a couple things to help myself here. And just as a little bit of flavor, as she approaches this train, like just shivers kind of run up her spine. She kind of has to shake it off a little bit. Opens up her illustrated guide to locomotives and also cast this spell on herself at 2nd level, which doesn't tell me. I'll go ahead and make it 3rd level then in that case.
All right.
Sorry, deleting shit. Okay. Train floor. Where are you?
All right, you take
So
a
that should
little
be
time.
+2 for 20.
Bump to 220. That is great to know.
Let me see really quick if I've got anything else I can do to bump that up a little bit more. Not without the risk of accidentally making it worse, I don't think. Oh, this is important. I want to get this train working. Actually, now it's good. We'll stick with the 20.
For sure. And this roll essentially is appraisal. If there's crafting that comes later, that will probably come down to a crafting check, but I'll let your train lore apply.
Okay, cool.
With a 20, you look it over. The train is mostly functional. There have been little scavengers that have come through and just kind of torn things up. It looks like something really big went through a lot of the cars, but not the engine itself. You can see that there are essentially 3 functioning cars near the front. There is the coal car, which is fully stocked, and because it's in a cave, it appears to be usable. It has not been wet or soiled. Behind that, there's just kind of a passenger car. It's not elegant. It looks like this was basically used to haul miners and workers in. It wasn't like a commercial passenger train. And then behind that is just kind of a little cargo train. And everything beyond that has been just destroyed by something real big that got in here and just kind of fucked with it. The engine itself needs work. The biggest thing that's been done to it is what you saw just now. Something has been picking out copper wire from this thing for a while. Something has essentially pried it open and just been ripping out cord after cord of copper. A lot of it is still here. A lot of it is missing. If you wanted to get this thing working long term, you would need to get a lot of copper wire back. However, if you just need to get this working for a one-way trip through the mountain for a couple of hours, essentially the risk is that it will overheat after a while. But there's enough copper here that you could try to just stuff it in and get it to run for like a couple hours, and then like it's going to be kaput. So it's up to you if you want to try to just do a quick patch, or if you want to try to go find more copper wire, or how you want to handle all of this.
Yeah. I assume that it takes her a bit to start sussing out that information, so I'll let some other people jump in if they got anything.
For sure. What are the rest of you guys up to? While Tex is eating chig and Jane is looking at the train, what are Fetch and Sketch up to?
Waiting.
That's fair.
I was fucking
That's
with my
not really-
dice. I guess I'll look around the cave some.
Oh, good idea. I'll go with you.
Give me
See
a
if you can,
perception check.
make sure there's nothing blocking the tracks. I mean, obviously you can't check the whole way, but
Fetch finally fails a roll.
It's dark.
It is dark. Ooh, goddamn, your modifier's crazy. Oh, it was a 9, not a 6. Okay, gotcha, just kidding.
Oh, but my sense of smell may still help.
It may. It is largely, and this kind of explains the natural one, being overwhelmed by the smell of like coal and fuel and a little bit of like lubricant. There's a lot of very acrid mechanical smells here, which are probably pretty new to Fett. The only other time you smelled them is when you traveled through Wexisas at the start of this journey. And even then, I don't think you like got up close on any train. So a lot of these are probably new sensations for you.
Oh, Sketch. I think we found the train's bathroom.
I know it smells bad, but it kind of just always smells like that, I think.
It smells 1,000 times worse for me than for you. Holy moly.
Can't remember, do you guys have the same smell sense?
No,
No.
he has special smell. I don't. Have special smell.
He's got
I just
I-
assumed like Sketch broke his nose at some point.
I like that.
And
That's
you need glasses because I can see in the dark and you can't.
fun. Oh, that's fun.
I
Sketch,
don't know.
as you are seeing in the dark, kind of take a look around and you start to notice that there are a few conspicuous holes that at first you're like, oh, these were probably going to be like mine shafts or something. They look almost artificially dug. But they're just going in weird and seemingly random directions out of this main chamber. And they're too irregular. They don't look like they were going to be mine shafts, and it also doesn't really make sense for there to be mine shafts branching out of essentially a mountain tunnel for a train. And with your 20, as you kind of continue to look, you see maybe 6 or 7 of these things, maybe 10 feet in diameter. They look more to you like burrow holes. And they wind in weird angles and they kind of twist around. With your dark vision, you're able to see maybe, 30, 40 feet into some of the deepest ones, and then they curve. It would be hard to know more without actually like going into one, which you can if you want, but what you see at first glance is some weird little burrow holes about 10 feet in diameter.
Would either nature or lore elementals help me identify what these could be?
Absolutely. Give me nature. That is quite good. What kind of gives it away for you? There are lots of things that burrow, and even a lot of things that burrow through stone. Many of them are elementals, as you suspected. But what gives this away to you is that there is a little bit of a like orangish, almost greasy film that is left on some of these surfaces. And that does not remind you of any elemental in particular, but it does remind you of a very large animal called a boar worm, which essentially glides through stone and dirt, leaving behind this like acidic mucus as it burrows. They tend to live in like very nutrient-rich areas along mountain ridges. They're very territorial, very hostile, very aggressive.
Ooh, okay. You might want to be careful. There's some boar worms. It looks like boarworm infestation. I don't know if they're gonna like the train.
Do I know?
With a critical success, real quick, let me give a little bit more info to sketch. They have tremor sense out to a very long range. They can just kind of detect like motion and tremors throughout the earth. They have a venom that is like especially painful. The poison essentially just causes more pain than damage, although it certainly hurts too. And they also tend to carry their larvae in their gut and project them out when necessary.
That's a weird defense mechanism. I don't like that. Yeah, they're pretty rough, and we don't want to alert them that we're here. Is there a way to make the train not make a bunch of tremors?
First I gotta figure out if there's a way to make the train go. And I suspect it's gonna be loud one way or another, though. I might be able to do... Well, no, I don't think I have any magic to make it more quiet, unfortunately.
Okay. How corrosive is this goop?
This looks like it passed by a while ago. It is mostly kind of dried. It just leaves behind an iridescent film. With that said, you would know that if it was fresh, it would be very painful to the touch. And actually, on a critical success, I can give you some numbers.
What about to like metal of like a train or?
Oh, great question. You would know that to flesh, it would do something in the order of like 3d6 damage. You're a crafter, right? Give me a crafting check.
Cool.
It would depend a little on the metal, but a 20 is good enough to know that most of the copper would be fine. A lot of the iron used in the construction and the steel would not be fine. This thing could potentially do a lot of damage to a metal train.
Ooh, traveling by the train might be rough. Like, if these worms decide that we're a problem, they could melt through a lot of the iron parts of the train. The copper would be fine, but it's mostly made of iron, right?
Jane Crichton know the answer to that question. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. It's mostly iron steel. Most of the copper is just in the engine. A little bit in the boiler, a little bit in the coal.
Why would you build a boiler out of copper?
Probably just lining.
If this thing looks like a tasty snack to some sort of terrible worms that live that way, then I suspect we might be trying to fight off worms while we're going, or perhaps if we get moving fast enough, they won't be able to get to us before we get past them. Does
Thank God
anybody
you
have...
said that, Nick. Coal tar is famously acidic, and when you mix acid and copper, it forms a deadly poison. If you line your boiler with copper, you're poisoning the smoke that comes out of this pack. Don't do it. Sorry.
No, dude. Okay, probably no copper in the boiler then. Sorry, Jane, what were you saying?
No, you're fine. I don't have... It seems to me our biggest problem is going to be overheating. Does anybody have any kind of... I don't know... water magic or other spells that we could use to like cool the situation down as we go?
I'm glad you asked. I do have the ability to manipulate water.
It could be helpful.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna need somebody with a steady hand. Sketch, I've seen you work on stuff before. I could talk you through what to do. I just might need a little help with the doing it part.
Yeah, sure. I can probably figure it out if you help.
I'm also thinking maybe this will be easier if we disconnect the train from the two cars back there and just take the train. I suspect that will take a little less doing to get it going without all that extra weight.
We can't take its body apart. We're trying to put it back together.
I mean, this may be the part where I regret letting you do what you just did to that bird under the assumption that this was a living thing.
Like Drifter?
No, not at all like Drifter. This is just a box made out of metal on wheels. There's nothing... it's not alive. It's not sentient in any way.
I knew that.
It's okay if you did.
I did. I can tell. I know spirits.
Okay.
This thing is empty, like a box that has nothing in it.
Well said.
Except it probably does have stuff in it. It looks heavy.
It does have a lot of stuff in it. I think it would benefit us to take out
All
any
right.
unnecessary weight out of this thing and
Well,
find a way to
I'll
cool
start hacking at it. See if we can. Oh, it's metal. I don't.
it. We might not need to hack. We might just be able to disconnect it. I'm flipping through my book here to see if I can figure it out. Or we wait for God to return.
God is never returning.
The
Should we
gods
search
forsaken
the
us.
car before we disconnect it? Maybe it's got
I was
some-
thinking that, yeah. There could be.
God's return.
Alright.
Yeah, so as you look through some of the cars, again, only really the first 3 are intact. The rest are pretty well destroyed. And Sketch, as you go over and get a closer look, probably by the borer worm. Not deliberately, just kind of, it was in the way on accident. The first car behind the train is basically just a storage pit for coal. There's a big bin with a bunch of coal in it. There's like standing room for several people in there. It wouldn't be comfortable. There are no like benches, but there's a cart full of coal with a little bit of walking room around it. The second one is a passenger car. It appears mostly empty. There are like 5 or 6, actually be a total of 6 benches with some like storage bins between them, separating them, serving as like little tables, armrests or whatever. Somebody give me a perception check to like really tear those 2 apart and see if there's anything interesting in there. And actually, while you're rolling, the third one appears to have been just kind of like a cargo train. There's a lot of smashed boxes that look like they used to contain rations and food and supplies. There are some tools in there. They're in kind of shoddy state of disrepair. There's like some rope. There's a little bit of like material, but most of it looks like it was for setting up track, not for like maintaining the train itself.
And by the way, if you're looking for a place for there to be copper, there might be 2 stacks. There might be a smokestack and a steam stack. If there's a steam stack, if it has both, and the steam stack has a condenser column in it to cool water and recycle it for the boiler, and that would probably involve a lot of copper pipes.
That makes a lot of sense. Sketch. That's very good. You tear this place apart. And you find that there are just like some leftover personal effects. There's like a few old news clippings from like seriously 20 years ago. There are some contractor papers. It looks like this was almost certainly just used by workers. You do find that like somebody left their wallet behind. It's got like 8 or 9 copper pieces in it. Nothing, like straight gold or anything crazy like that. But apart from that, it's pretty empty. It looks like this was abandoned quickly. It didn't have a lot of stuff in it, and a lot of what was left behind was destroyed. In the cargo car, a lot of the crates have been smashed. Things have gotten into the food. There was a barrel of oil that like broke and spilled everywhere. So it's kind of left this like sharp smell throughout the entire thing. Possibly a fire hazard, although that is old. So it's had like 20 years to dry. It's probably fine.
Nothing useful back here. You see how the further back cars are kind of fucked up? The worms will do that. So I don't think they did it on purpose. It was more of a they just happened to be in the way kind of thing, but I'm sure they could also do it on purpose if they wanted.
How fast do they go? Like, if we get this thing moving, are they going to be able to chase us?
Ooh,
or
great question. Critical success, you know that they have a burrow speed of 40 feet. Which is... Oh man, I need to check the speed of a steam train from the 1800s.
And then I don't know if you heard us talking about potentially like disconnecting all the cars and emptying out any unnecessary weight to try to going as fast as we can.
Absolutely, that would help so much. You're gonna need at least the coal car, because you've got to fuel the engine with something, unless you have an alternative way to fuel it.
Sounds stupid.
But the rest is up to you.
You could probably get rid of every car besides the coal car and just make it work. We kind of need that though, right? I haven't picked up much, but...
Would a bag of holding full of coal be sufficient?
How much can it hold?
What a great question.
Oh. It depends on what size you buy.
Here we go. It's just a type 1. 25 bulk.
25 bulk, that's about 250 pounds roughly. Let me see.
There's also a whole ass drifter in there, but I could get him out for a bit.
True. Oh, that's so much coal. No, that would probably get you like, boy, maybe 20 minutes for just the engine.
Okay, so nowhere close. Got it.
Right.
We could disconnect the other 2 cars then.
Perfect.
She'll look at the sketch, and for what it's worth, she's like totally unwilling to get into the train. It's like, yeah, so if we gotta keep the first car, taking off the back 2, I'm sure still would speed us up quite a bit.
You know about these? Do you think you could come pull this? Like, how do you get them apart?
Let me see if I can figure it out. And she's like thumbing through her book about trains and her like spell that's pulling more books about trains from libraries around the world to her.
But won't get in the train.
Right. Do I know how to?
Yeah.
Or something?
Not even with research, just because you have train lore, you understand how a hitch mechanism works, and that all you have to do is like manually push them a little bit closer together, pull them apart, and then push back.
Yeah.
You'll need like somebody strong to do a little pushing, and then you got it.
Yeah. She like tries to explain how to do it from a distance, and is like, just you push those 2 parts together, and then pull them back again. You'll need to kind of put some muscle into it. I don't know if I've got the arm strength for it, even with metal bones and all.
Can I do an insight check on Jane?
Yes, absolutely.
Metal bones might work better than nature's twink. I don't know how we're gonna do it either.
Just a second.
Cheetahs are so tiny. I love them.
Nat 20 for 29. Jane's really afraid of trains. The way Jane handles things that she's afraid of is learning everything she can about them. So, like, she's trying to stamp out the fire of her fear of trains with reading countless pages about trains.
On a critical success, it probably also occurs to Jane to Tex that she is especially cognizant of the boiler at all times and does not stand near it.
Absolutely. And is like spending a lot of she's all of her mental attention right now is on trying to figure out how to make this boiler function safely. She's acutely aware of how dangerous it is to try to jury rig a boiler.
True. Boilers, also known as bombs.
Yeah, correct.
And it's, I just don't remember if Tex knows about. He knows that she was killed in some sort of accident, so I'm sure it's easy enough for him to make that connection.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you mentioned the train accident.
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was too. Yeah.
The only thing that hasn't been mentioned is Donnie.
Correct.
Because he doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
Not real.
That's why I haven't mentioned him.
Yeah, Tex was just say, you're gonna have to get into this thing. It was your idea.
I know. I'm just trying to make sure it's safe for all of us. It was not easy getting on a train again for the first time after everything that happened, and that was a perfectly well functioning train. This is a bucket of scrap that it seems like is as liable to explode as to function. I want to make sure we get everything right.
I'd rather not explode. That makes sense.
I'll here I can show you. And she sets her book down and steps up to get a little closer to show you how to unhitch the second train from the coal car.
There's a heavy metal clunk as you guys all work together and able to eventually pop it free.
And then she will try to the best of her ability to walk sketch the actual crafter through the process of using all this copper to get this thing functional.
While they're doing that, can I take a look at the boreworm holes?
Yes, absolutely. Give me a perception check. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Would he fit
It's
in
like-
them?
How big are these things?
10 feet, 10 feet diameter. You guys can all easily walk through them.
Oh,
Okay.
It is taller than the roofs of my house, or of my first floor. Taller than the ceiling.
Do I get the feeling that, or I guess I'll just ask Sketch because he knows what they are. How smart are those boreworms?
Great question. Let me check.
yeah.
Oh, dumb as a brick. If they see food, they chase it.
they're not very smart. No. Go ahead, to God.
If they see anything they think is food, they chase it.
I'll just, as Tex is licking blood off his hands, off his little paws. Could we grab one, tie it to one of these train cars, and just have it pull us?
It's a clever idea. I just don't know if we can tie a predatory animal to its food and get it to pull it around. I'm open to ideas, though.
It's got plenty of food out there now.
Oh, doesn't it eat metal? Did I miss the memo there?
No, I think it just corrodes metal.
Oh.
It mostly eats the rocks in the mountain because they're nutrient rich for them. So it's going to be hard to convince it to go after a particular rock when there's just rock everywhere, right?
Oh, I thought they'd eat meat. Never mind.
They can also process meat, and they will absolutely chase it because it is a lot more nutritious than filter feeding fungi from deep underground all the time. They will absolutely enjoy a carnivorous meal if they can, because it means they don't have to chase. They don't have to be constantly moving to filter feed.
I guess we could get a really big stick and tie the chicken or the bird that tastes like duck, to the front of the train, and then have the worm pull. I don't know how we do it.
We need a big stick and dangle it from a rope, put it in front of its face, and just have it go.
Lisan Al Gaib.
Muad'Dib.
I'm not all the way convinced that is safer than just fixing the train. Maybe it is.
I mean, they do excrete that orange stuff that might just dissolve the train, so
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, I don't know if would be leaving a trail of corrosive acid behind it that the train would then be running through. Maybe we call that Plan B and first see if we can just fix the thing up.
yeah, I think that's fine.
Doesn't matter if we can fix it up if you aren't willing to get in it.
I'll be fine. Thank you. I'll be fine. And
I
she
believe that.
29 insight check. Yeah, she's like as much hyping herself up and talking herself into it as she is you. But like, you see her kind of steel herself, and in the process of stealing herself, she drags her fingers across her forearms down to her palms and then interlocks them. Her faceplate kind of opens, her eyes start to glow, and she kind of just tries to go into like business mode to overcome her what she views as like weakness of her fear. And I'll overclock to try to help sketch as much as I can with this. Business mode.
Business mode.
So
Business
train
mode
lore?
Yes, train lore. Essentially aiding Sketch on his crafting check with your train lore.
Terrific. Has a +2 status bonus from Overclock. Has a plus. Oh, status bonuses don't stack. Yeah.
Correct.
Stupid. So I think it's just that.
Okay, and then crafting.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to use my fucking. I hate everything so much. I've rolled so
You'll roll over a
low
10
on
eventually.
every goddamn train check. It's ridiculous. It kind of tracks that she's working in
Train tracks.
total fear. Hey,
Yeah.
total fear. I'm gonna use now this, so now I have a +2 status and a +1 circumstance bonus. I'm eventually just going to out-modifier my shitty rolls.
You probably remember more about trains if you just took a moment to conduct yourself.
Fucking got him.
Give that man inspiration.
No, he's not even here.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh no!
Alright, now hold on.
You must use the new
This
result,
is-
even if
this
it's
is-
worse.
Already a fortune effect, isn't it? Yeah, never mind. I have this that I've been holding on to forever, but I suspect that's also a fortune effect.
We're just like hero point persists through sessions. In other words, you can save for a rainy day. That means it is also a fortune effect if it works just like a hero point, yeah?
Great. Well, I rolled a 20 earlier.
On the bright side,
Got it.
Sketch rolled very well. Even with your critical failure, bringing it down from a 22 to a 21, that is still a success. Sketch, this is kind of unfamiliar territory for you, needless to say. You follow Jane's instructions clearly, and she's a very good teacher, actually. You find that Jane is patient. Jane is able to explain things in a way that is kind of simple and easy to understand. And it takes a lot of time. Once you understand what the end goal is, you realize, oh, this is not a 10-minute project. This is going to take the whole night and maybe some of the morning as well. But you're pretty confident that there is enough material here that you can get it working for a while. You get the feeling it'll probably run maybe 3-4 hours before it is simply like dangerous to be anywhere near it. It's going to be overheating. But you're also confident that those first couple of hours, it'll run okay. It'll run smooth. It'll be safe enough. So yeah, if you continue to work until sundown, and then you sleep, and then you wake up and work for another 3 or 4 more hours, it should be ready to go around noon tomorrow.
Okay, I think we're gonna get it. You sure you should connect this part here? Sorry. It'll be done by lunch tomorrow if we keep at it.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just keep at it. I'll do everything I can to help. Yeah, Jane may Feck's correct that Jane is ordinarily a very good teacher, but her mental state's not the best at the moment. So
True.
it affects her
That's
teaching.
Yeah, I talked up all that teacher stuff because of who Jane is, but then you did nat one, and it's very clear that Jane is
Right.
shaken.
Yep. But we keep at it for the evening.
Sketch was doing his best to follow along, and if something feels wrong, he won't hesitate to question Jane,
Perfect.
just based off of experience. He doesn't have a ton with this, but he's done alchemical crafting before. He knows how that sort of thing kind of works.
For sure. All right. As all of that is going on, what does everybody else do?
I'm gonna go over to fetch and say, well, Dum-Dum, let's make ourselves useful.
That's the plan, but if only I knew how.
Well, might as well find where that big chicken was taking the rest of that wire.
Well, that's true. It might have eggs too.
Yeah.
All
We can bring them some
Somebody
more
carry
wire. Maybe they can get this thing running a bit better.
He does not want me to carry him. Okay, I don't want to get bitten.
Yeah. Ideally, go with fetch and see if we can track down this thing's nest.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I guess go ahead and give me survival checks unless you have any specific plan you're going for.
I will help fetch.
Well,
Oh no, guys. Oh no,
Hey, man,
guys.
Do we want to spend some hero points on this?
hey, can I have that 7?
Do we have a
Can I
round
get
of hero points also?
Yeah, it is past 10. You guys have your second round of hero points.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'll hero it. Yes.
15.
Oh, that's much better. Oh my god. Okay. That's a 28 then. All right. You guys are able to essentially just start heading in the direction that it looked like it was flying, and that's how you begin your tracking. But eventually, Fetch, there is a point where you spot the glint of more copper kind of dangling from a tree. And you realize that this is a route that this thing must have flown back and forth over and over and over several times, maybe even over like multiple nesting seasons. You can see that there are like weird marks along the bark of some of these trees that look like they've been whipped by wire several times over the few years. And eventually you're able to kind of follow all of these weird marked trees and stray copper wires until it leads to a bit of a clearing. And in that clearing, you can see that there are several nests, many of which are old, worn down from previous seasons, but a couple of which are fresh. And you do see that in one of them, there are even a few of these juvenile creatures. And let me pull you over to that. Let's see, we just got Tex and Fett. This is essentially what you see. And you see that these nests are woven with all sorts of things. There's grass, there's sticks, there's junk, but there is, among all of it, a lot of copper wire.
Oh shit. Kill them chickens.
Absolutely not. Did you not hear what he said about ambushes before?
Kill the chimkins. There's definitely not any hiding in the trees. For real though, we need all that wire. Kill those chimkins. Or just come get us and we'll all go kill the chimkins.
Maybe I can make it last longer if we have more copper wire to just band-aid to it.
Yeah, this sure would be easier with a great deal more copper wire. Did you know that Eggtooth's young hide in trees to ambush people? I read about that earlier today after we killed that big one.
I was pretty sure it was the males that hide in the trees and ambush.
Oh, maybe that's right.
I would assume the chicks would stay in the nest, because otherwise why have the nest?
I suppose that does stand to reason. Even their chicks are, almost as large as us, though. They might be formidable against little things like us.
We shouldn't
Because
kill
you-
chicks.
Oh, I saw you light up, but I didn't hear anything.
Okay. To fetch. Alright, you get the wire. I'll see if I can lure these things away from you.
I think they're big enough to eat you. Maybe I should distract them.
Oh, good idea. I'll be sure to bring this wire all the way back to them with my no hands.
Oh, but Tex, that's not gonna work. Oh, okay, I'll grab the wire and you distract.
There you go.
Good idea.
I just imagine Tex running around with the copper wire like a cat
Oh.
with toilet paper roll.
Yep, exactly. Doing that
Yep.
weird trot with it between his legs.
Mhm.
As you guys sneak up, let me get stealth checks from both of you.
It's gonna become very quickly impossible because I believe we have daylight here, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like 5 or 6 in the evening. There's still daylight. There's a little tree cover. There are things you can hide behind, but... Ooh, Tex. Oh my god.
There's got to be some brush. We're in the middle of a jungle.
Yeah, exactly. There's things you can hide behind.
Okay.
It's probably a lot more dense than this map, but I threw this map together quick.
Tex, I can turn into a shark. You think that'll help? No, I'm just joking.
Tex is gone.
Okay.
Yeah, you turn and you don't see Tex at all. And you do kind of like step on a twig as that happens. There's a crack, and you watch as some of the young kind of turn and look around to the sky, like, "Where's mom? Where's mom?" They hear a noise and they're like, "Where's mom?" So you've made noise. Something has been alerted, but they don't look directly at you yet.
Like, in what language are they saying this? What do you mean?
In bird. It's bird squawks. They're not actually speaking yet.
I'm just gonna kind of ignore them and start collecting delicious eggs and copper wire.
As he starts to go forward, I'm going to try and go in the opposite direction of him and try to, like... Is there anything that I could break that would make a loud noise?
Oh, yeah. So there's, like, weird junk that is mixed in with all these nests. They use, like, scrap metal and wire. There are for sure some just, like, metal plates that you could bang together to make a ton of noise.
Well, I don't want them near the nest is the thing. I want to...
Oh, I see.
I want to lure them
away
towards the forest so that he can go out into this very open space.
I gotcha.
Gather a couple spools of wire.
Give me a perception check and also give me a nature check. Perception checks. There are like some branches you could find. There's natural jungle stuff. Anything that you would find in a jungle you could find. You could, like, I don't know, scrape some bark or break a twig, or there's options. With the 21 in nature, though, if there's anything here protecting the nest, it's probably not on hunting duty so much as protection duty. And so the most valuable way you can think of to be bait is to grab an egg and run, or grab something from here and then run away with it. That would be like the most surefire way to bait something away from here, you think? So it sounds like Fetch is just walking up and grabbing wire.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to skirt around the opposite side. And I'm going to take out a little match with my shadow, and I'm going to strike it. And contrary to his usual destructive tendencies, he's going to eat it.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to wait for the birds to start coming after Fetch. I'm just going to hold an action.
I love the impromptu switching of roles. Okay, perfect. Wonderful. Alright, Fetch, as you step out there and start gathering up eggs and wire, sure enough, there is a sudden squawk from two of the nearby trees as a pair of these large birds just descend on you. Let's roll some initiative real quick.
Do we hear the squawks? How far do these squawks carry?
They've been going maybe 15, 20 minutes. If this goes really long, we'll probably cut back over and give you guys a chance to hear it. I don't want you guys to have to sit here for like 2 hours while they do a full combat. But I think this is kind of a snatch and run plan. To make this go faster, I'm just going to run these as groups. And initiative from Tech.
Did you draw these birds?
I got 20, or I got 31, my dude.
Oh my god, you sure did.
They look so
also,
good.
Thank you. They're weird little chickens. Also, I forgot to PW all of them. You guys go first, and then they go. So it'll be Tex, then Fetch. And then the adults, and then the chicks. So Tex, you see these things swoop down towards Fetch. What do you do?
Cool. So I am going to kind of like cough up a bunch of smoke. I'm going to do the belch smoke, but I'm going to spit the smoke ball over the chicks
Okay.
to essentially just cover them in a cloud of smoke and hopefully scare them enough that the other parents will like come to protect
Hell
them.
yeah. Absolutely. You do watch as almost immediately they see, there's a little thing poking around in one of the nests, but then there is suddenly a very large effect at the nest where their young are, and they divert attention immediately over there. Let's see. Anything else?
Then I think I will hide in the nest.
Hell yeah. Let's see it. Give me a stealth check. Perfect. Wonderful. Double checking DC. Okay, excellent. As best as you can tell, nothing has tracked you yet. They seem focused on that smoke all of a sudden. Fetch, you see all of that happen. These things start to swoop down towards you, and then there is a burst of smoke and a loud puff from over where the young are, and they divert almost instinctively towards them. What do you do?
God, no, he roasted the babies. Piddly action, grab as much wire and eggs as I can carry from this nest I'm at, and then 3 actions sprint.
Hell yeah, let's go. Let's just call this like a strength check to see how much you can carry in a pinch. Give me athletics. That is quite good. You grab.
Can I get a bonus if I'm really hungry?
You can't, but I appreciate the hustle. Still though, 23 is crazy good. You were able to hook down and grab just this big spool, which is honestly like still coiled in an extremely convenient way, and start hauling it back.
It's
and
way more funny if the whole string is dragging behind me.
Oh, you're right, that is way funnier. So you have the one nice coil, but then there's just this long string that is snaking through the jungle for like a good 40 or 50 feet behind you as you run. And also, what's that?
I want at least one egg in my mouth for the image.
Absolutely, you have an egg in your mouth for sure. And also, the wire that's like trailing behind you keeps like whipping and snapping, and it sounds like something is pursuing you the entire time.
Oh god, I'm terrified. It goes pop, 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 pop.
Yeah. All right, excellent. The adults, you leave. You've been scared away. They're on protection duty. The threat is no longer here. They both come over here. They spend their full turns, essentially like scooping the little guys out of the net. The little guys spend their whole turns panicking. They don't see danger. You've hidden from them effectively, which brings us back to Tex. That is true, Philo. You're absolutely true.
Can I try and like use my shadow to try and spool some wire into my backpack a little bit?
Yeah, can it like grab things? Can it manipulate stuff?
Yeah.
Then absolutely.
So I can do anything with my shadow as long as you don't ask me for a check.
I see. It's like you can't do complicated tasks that involve a check.
Essentially.
Okay, that makes sense. But no, like picking up loose spool on the ground is pretty easy. Simple interact. Manual dexterity? No. I would argue that even if there was a check, it would be strength, and you can avoid that by just taking smaller pieces. So yeah, absolutely. You're able to kind of use your shadow. It's visible, right?
It's literally
it's a shadow. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I don't see why not. Absolutely. This shadow of you just starts kind of like, is your shadow animate? Is it just your shadow? What's your shadow like? Does it have like a personality?
No, it's not like sentient.
That's fair.
It's just, but I think it has kind of taken on a bit of a more like Texas true form appearance.
Ooh, love
so
that.
When you see them in certain light, you can see this like much larger shadow than you should have.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, just has it kind of like ooze out a little bit and starts collecting things. It goes a little bit amorphous here and starts spooling some of the wire into his backpack.
Love that. I also love the image of like a cat doing the watching bird things with the little clicky chirps while his shadow does like nefarious shit in the background behind him. Perfect, wonderful. That's essentially one action, I think, for Clever Shadow.
I mean, I will continue to slowly gather up as much of this wire as I think I can.
Yeah, if you're devoting your whole turn to it, I'll essentially let you just grab an entire spool, kind of slowly fed in. You're not moving or doing anything to expose you. You remain hidden. I'll say that if you wait here for too long, they're going to start doing search actions, and then you would risk being caught. But the first turn is essentially free.
Yeah, I'm basically just like going to continue to gather up wire as long as I can feel like I can get away with it.
Okay, sick.
Like, as long as they're distracted by the babies, I'm going to keep
Perfect.
going for it.
All right, Fetch is long gone with a bunch of wire. They're going to get to their turn, and we'll essentially just do back and forth perceptions until they spot you, and then you can bolt. So let me kill initiative, and we'll do this real quick.
Pop, 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 pop.
Smack, smack. All right, let's see. What's your stealth DC?
19. Or
Cool.
just like passive stealth is 19.
Yeah, passive stealth. Okay, after the first round, you get like 6 or 7 seconds of gathering up a big spool, stuffing it into your spacious pouch. And it's at that point that these things start to like cock their heads in all directions looking for what the hell was that. And one of them does lock eyes with you. That's his whole turn. What do you do?
I will... As they lock eyes with me, I'm going to get up, like, stand up straight, look at them, covered in the blood of their matron. And I'm just going to glare at them. I'm going to do an intimidating glare.
Hell yeah, let's see. Isn't that right?
I think I might have a thing for this. Never mind, I sure don't.
All right, they look at you and they lower their heads and just scrock back at you, flapping their wings and getting ready to pounce aggressively. You got 2 actions left. What do you do?
I guess I will start to leave.
That seems prudent. All right, how far do you get on 2 actions?
60 feet.
Feet?
Definitely moving towards anything that'll give me cover from these things.
Perfect. Yeah, there's lots of little places that are going to be hard for them to get to. They're big. There's nooks and crannies and rocks and things. And you are quite small. Perfect. Essentially, let's see, 60 feet. Does that get you all the way out of the nest? Kind of.
Gets me out of the nesting area, sort of.
One of them stays with the chicks for sure. I think one is going to pursue for at least a turn.
They can fucking try.
It will fucking try. So here we go. It's going to use... let's see, how does this work? He's got a thing for this. Flying strafe. Flies up to its fly speed and then makes 2 talon strikes at any point during that movement. It must target different creatures. So, okay, he's just doing a movement and attack then. So yeah, this thing is going to run over to you. Behind the cover, you've got a +1 circumstance bonus to your AC. And he will try to grab you with his beak. That is a big old miss. He'll follow up with his third action to try to just... he bashes his beak in, and you're able to kind of like get wedged behind a rock in such a way that it can't fit the massive hook in. So instead, he turns and he starts to just scrape and scrape with his talons.
Ding.
But that also misses, and that brings us back to your turn. What do you do?
But attack the shit out of this thing.
Hell yeah. That is a hit. That is also just a hit.
This is a double slice for 18 damage.
Gross. As you hack into this thing, you see that several of the feathers get kind of like withered away by the acid.
Let's go.
That's another hit. For another 11 points. Alright, I believe that's all 3 actions.
That is.
Okay, at this point, Fetch, you realize that there are still the sounds of combat happening, and Tex has not followed you out. Tex has gotten stuck in combat. What would you like to do?
Is there like a safe spot I can stash my stuff and run back?
Yeah, absolutely. You can just like throw it next to a tree somewhere.
Question number 2, am I within shouting distance of the rest of the party?
Yeah.
Combat without them?
For sure. You guys are kind of like at about the halfway point. It's like a 15-minute walk, which is, I don't know, like a 7 or 8-minute jog. And you're on a mountain, which means sound carries down very easily. So you could call out. They'd probably hear it.
Yeah, I'll do a cheeky battle cry.
All right, sick. Cutting back over to the train then, before Fetch finishes up his turn. Sketch and Jane, you hear Fetch calling out from the distance. You hear it kind of like echo off the mountainside. You guys are pretty far away, but what do you do?
I suppose we should get moving.
I fucking guess. What about the wow?
Oh boy. Alright, I can't, I don't think, help Sketch move any Well, how long does this last? It's a minute.
Question.
Yes.
So for fanged weapons, you could turn into an animal, and the animal is dependent on your race, essentially, or your like
Yeah.
subclass.
Whatever is like innate to you, yeah.
Yep. How fast would a cheetah go in Pathfinder terms?
They're
Because
the world's fastest land mammal, let me tell you.
they are.
Famously so.
Tigers and lions both have a speed of 40. And
That's going to
feel
be
like,
higher than that for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Checking.
Okay. I tried looking, but the only thing I could find is where you can buy a cheetah in Pathfinder rules, I guess.
True. So here's a close comparison from PF1. They had a movement of 50 feet, and they also had a sprint ability, where essentially every once an hour they can move like way faster for a short burst of speed. So yes, to answer your question, you could get there very quick. You imagine you could be there in like 2 minutes if you needed.
Okay. Don't worry about me. I can get there fast.
Perfect. I'll just try to keep up. And I'll start my top spinning super fast. I'll cast this on myself.
Excellent.
And then we'll also cast this on both of us. So that when either one of us moves, the other can use a reaction to move.
Oh, holy
Just
shit.
to hopefully keep us
that's nice.
going.
Yeah, you guys are flying then. Holy shit. Okay.
Okay.
For the sake... what you got?
I haven't used it yet, but Sketch will take out one of his old knives that he hasn't used in a while. And the handle kind of looks like he's been chewing on it or something. There's just these weird teeth grooves in it. He puts the knife into his mouth and then is able to transform into just a actual cheetah. And that will allow him to go pretty fast.
Fuck yeah. Jane does her magic and also is able to go pretty insanely fast for a human woman. And then casts a little bit more magic on both of you so that you both go even faster than the fast that you're already going. Essentially, you guys have cut this travel time down from like a 7-minute jog to maybe a 1-2 minute sprint. And for the sake of getting the party together and not making you watch a combat from the sidelines the whole time, I'm going to cut into cinematic timing for a little bit here. While Tex spars off very successful, it looks like, against this blood bill. Fetch regroups with the rest of the party. You guys start to arrive. I'm essentially going to put Tex back at the top of initiative. He's going to have a turn. And then you guys will all jump back in on the next turn. With the assumption that like a little cinematic time has passed before that all happens. So yeah, pull you guys over to the map.
No, I demand that we simulate 6 rounds.
In 6 rounds, Tex will have already killed all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what I want, but...
Alright. Everybody else go ahead and roll initiative.
I'm tired.
Understandable, you just hauled a bunch of copper very fast.
I was talking about me. Fetch 2. No,
Well, that's fair. Understandable. Alright, Tex. As everybody starts to burst through this clearing, what do they see Tex doing?
I'm gonna attack this thing.
Hell yeah. One hit. One miss.
Gonna hero point that.
Excellent. 2 hits. For 20
20.
total. This thing is bleeding profusely from the side of its neck. There is places where the flesh has started to melt away from the acid. Third action, what you got?
You can only demoralize something once, right?
I believe that's true. I think it's immune for like an hour after you do it. But you can do a different one of the creatures.
Okay.
It's immune for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Cool.
In that case... I'll just leave.
Understandable. Alright.
That's me.
Alright, perfect. As you guys burst into this clearing, you see Tex has really fucked up one of these things and is running away, his backpack in tow. The shadow probably still like stuffing a little bit of copper wire into the end of it at the very back. Sketch, you are the first one to show up and see this. What do you do?
I'm going to just bolt over here to try to get in range of some things. Let's see. I guess it takes all 3 movement actions to get over here, but...
Is that true even with Jane's buffs on you?
Oh, I don't actually know.
Yeah, it's over by now. It only lasted a minute.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
It got us here, but
Got you here. Alright. Wonderful. As you run in there, you see that there's still like a lingering patch of smoke that is just now starting to clear away. These panicked chicks are all kind of like looking around for the danger, and they see you come barreling out towards them. And the protective big one kind of looks down at you and starts to raise a beak back. Perfect. That brings us to the chick. Yeah, you're right there. It's going to try to beak you. It misses. True, I big agree. Talon with that. That one hit. For 5 points of piercing damage, but as it kicks with you with its foot, there's like this big, hefty weight behind it as it knocks you down. Or tries to, anyway.
Ow.
Failing miserably. That brings us to the healthy big one right next to you, Sketch. It has you flanked.
Oop, sure does.
It sure do. Once with the beak. Oh, I think it's targeting itself on accident. Yeah, it sure was. 12 misses either way. Once with the talon. There's a hit. For 11 piercing. And one more talon. Misses. The two other chicks are pretty simple creatures. You're close danger. They're both going to do the same thing. Beak. Hit. You take 5 points of piercing damage, and as it rips and pulls, you do also realize that you're bleeding pretty heavily. You take 1 persistent bleed damage. Follow up with the talent. Miss, and one more time with the mat. Miss. And finally, the last one. Beak. Miss. Talon. Critical miss.
Ooh.
And Talon hit.
I appreciate most of these missing.
I was going to say, you take that pretty well. 5 points of piercing damage from that last one, and then that brings us to Fetch.
Let's do 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30. 10, 15, 20, 30. There we go. I'm done.
Alright. That brings us to Jane.
Wonderful. As Cheetah and Sketch goes like sprinting into this nest, Jane starts stepping forward. She holds her palm out. Her top starts to spin clockwise. And from her perspective, everything other than herself and Sketch and the big bird like slows down to bullet time. While Sketch, at full speed, runs up there, leaps on the big bird, and starts shredding it to pieces. I will get within range. Out. This here on the big bird as I sort of fill his mind with what I'm seeing a few seconds in the future of Sketch shredding him to pieces.
I gotta tell you, these guys do not have good will saves.
I was hoping for that.
Yep. It's okay, I'm gonna roll a natural 20. Here we go.
Yeah.
No, that is a critical failure.
Ooh, beautiful. He's frightened 4.
Frightened
fleeing.
4, fleeing, and it takes double 8d6.
So it's 62 points of damage.
I think it might just...
A beautiful thing here is that the spell specifically says if the target is reduced to 0 HP by the spell, the vision becomes reality. So I think in this moment, Sketch leaps up on it and just tears it to shreds.
Yeah, Sketch.
As Jane watches in bullet time.
You just absolutely eviscerate this thing. You feel some of that same hasted time magic that Jane was doing just empower you to new levels. You feel lightning course through your veins, and you just eviscerate.
Rip and tear that neck. Just break it.
Oh, yeah. This thing does a coughing gaggle until its neck goes limp, and you let it to the ground. Jane, anything else?
That's it. That's my turn.
God damn. All right. Well, that brings us to the one injured blood bill. Tex is running, and also, frankly, he's kind of scared of Tex. I know it succeeded on that first intimidation, but then it fought you and realized you can fuck it up. Gotta be Sketch. Gotta be Sketch. Here we go. 1 fly.
come over here. Let me hit
2
you.
beak. Hit 4. 18 points of piercing damage. And then it'll start to kick and maul. Missing.
All I could say is, how dare Forge or Foundry make me do my own math and not just type -18. Oh wait, I can just do the target thing, can I?
Yeah. All right, that brings us back to 10.
God damn it. Uh, I'm just gonna move one, and then I'm gonna yell at Sketch. That was future food you just murdered. You fucking idiot.
You have to kill it to eat it. Did you just want to?
We have a perfectly good one back at camp.
All right, anything else?
I'm gonna start harvesting this copper wire since I'm just gonna just murder these small children.
Fair. For what it's worth, as you harvest, you do see that there are, like, human remains in here.
Oh yeah, I feel real bad about that. That's
true. Yeah. Not Texas problem, I guess.
Tex has no sympathy for people that murder other people.
Right. All right, that brings us to Sketch.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do a attack first, so I don't have map here in a second. Cheetah Sketch will just kind of slash at the big Blood Bill's neck.
That is it's one shy of a crit.
That's fine. We'll just do regular damage. Nine damage.
Points. All right, sinks in and it's still kicking.
As he makes the slash, Cheetah Sketch will drop the knife in his mouth. Reverting to his bipedal form, he will brandish the other knife again. And with the same spinning motion, the momentum, he will cast Gale Blast and hit all of these guys with a Fortitude save.
Gross. Okay, let's see. That is one success from the big one, and then... Oh my god. Let's see. One fail, one success, one crit success by the little guys.
Okay, crit success doesn't take anything. The success will take half damage. The failure is pushed back 5 feet and will take the full amount. Six bludgeoning damage. Not a lot, but...
Alright, excellent. Oh, right, half here as well. Perfect. There's just a burst of wind. Several of them go flying. The one little one at the top middle in particular is thrown sprawling back. Anything else?
Nope, that's all 3 actions.
Perfect.
I was hoping 2 actions would get more than 6 damage. I guess it was 24 damage. Oh, no, not even that. It's fine.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. That brings us to all the remaining birds. One to the left. Simple. Beak. Miss. Talon. Miss. Talon. Miss. The big one... Oh, that's the dead big one. So we got all the chicks, and then the big one goes at the end. So yeah. The middle one is going to do a running charge, one action to strike. Second action, it tries to slam its head into you. Hitting for 12 points of piercing damage as this sharp beak digs in, and then it twists and tries to kick. For another hit.
Okay, this is starting to hurt a little bit.
Sure is. One more little guy left. Good luck. Beak. Hits for 10 piercing. You still up?
Yep.
Talon. Oh, hits.
Oof.
Oh, this one's not flanking. That guy's dead. So your off guard does not apply to that one. That one is a miss by 1.
Ooh.
And miss.
Ooh.
Lucky son of a bitch. That brings us to fetch.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'll move here and do a 2-action heal on Sketch.
Good call.
Thank you.
All right, that is all 3 actions. That brings us to Jane.
All right. I will keep stepping forward. So I think that was one too far. She steps up by this tree. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I will look back at one of these itty bitty little baby boys. This one with full health over here. And just cast the same spell. And once again, this time it sees as Fetch runs up and does this healing. He then turns and just viciously murders this little chick. Actually, I don't know if Fetch would murder a little chick, so maybe it's Sketch that does it again.
I slay chicks. I don't murder them, though.
Hey. All right, here we go. That is a regular failure, full damage, and frightened 2. Fuck, that's a lot of damage. It is just barely up. It lets out this horrible shriek and starts wailing its head back and forth to the side as it just like kicks in place, starts like dropping to the ground and spinning frantically. Anything else?
That was my movement and 2 actions to cast that spell. Let me just see if I can use this to gain. Start reading the pocket watch to see if I can add anything to damage, but it doesn't look like it. All right, carry on.
Alrighty. Okay, this big guy finally has enough things close together that he can do a flying strafe. So he's going to spend 2 actions to essentially kick up into the sky and then do a big swooping dive, during which time he out to the side and slides it in one swooping motion through Fetch and Sketch. This first attack is on Fetch. Just hits 17 for 10 points of piercing damage on Fetch. And then on Sketch. Oh, you lucky bastard. That is a miss. He's got 1 action left, though. With full map, Talons on Sketch. Critical miss.
Hey, yo!
Ooh.
Nice. All right, that brings us back to Tech's top of the round. Sketch, I can't believe you tanked all that.
I can't either. Dodge take.
Boy. step forward. And then I'm going to take the whip. And I'm going to do I'm going to try and finish off this check with a non-lethal.
Perfect.
Which I think is -2.
I believe that is true. Unless it's a non-lethal weapon. That is still a hit, though. For 12 points, which is enough to just knock it unconscious. He's sleeping.
Is it? I have to double move, unfortunately.
Alright. That brings us back to you, Sketch. You can see that you are dripping blood. You know for sure that... Oh, right. Persistent bleed. Oh, well, you got to heal, so you might make it through this turn. We'll see.
Well, we'll see what happens.
We'll see.
Okay. First things first. Let's take the Nulu and do an attack at the Blood Bill.
That is a hit.
Cool. There's 7. It's not very much. But then I'll use my remaining 2 actions to cast Electric Arc, attacking the Blood Bill and having it bounce to the chick directly above me.
Alright, excellent.
So reflex save.
No!
No!
Chick saves for half. The big one who was on death's doorstep critically succeeds and avoids it entirely.
Oh, that's what I wanted dead, though.
Mm-hmm. That is good damage, though. 14 on the little one.
Wouldn't it be 7?
Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry. Thank you for being honest. Plus 7 back. Save for that. All right, excellent.
Oh. That's all 3 actions. And
All right.
they're upset.
Good luck. Here we go. Let's see if you can take another round of these. Let's see. Left one first. Oof.
Ooh.
Let's see. Talon. Oh my god. If you make it through this. That's one down. Next one is unconscious. Or sorry, next one's dead. Next one's unconscious. This brings us to the top middle chick. The one that just got electrocuted. Jabs at you with a sharp beak. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. Kicks. There we go. There's a hit.
He can't get me down, though. It's
Oh,
fine.
wait. Also, before I roll this damage, at the end of your turn, you take 1 persistent bleed damage, and I need a recovery check. DC is normally 15. Because you received magical healing, it is 10 for the turn.
And that's a con, or?
Just a flat D20.
Okay.
Alright. Thanks to Fetch's magical healing, you do stop bleeding after taking 1 point there. Here comes the damage from the Talon. Max damage for 10 piercing.
Ooh, still up.
Oh my god. Third action with full map.
No!
Oh no.
Hero point? No, won't help.
It won't help. Oh, so
Finally,
close.
with that last lucky kick, Sketch, you crumble back. Drop unconscious. Fetch, you see that happen, and it's your turn.
Let's single action move over here. Can I share the space? Is that
I think it has to be at least 2 sizes larger to do that.
okay? Actually, we'll go here then.
All right.
Yeah.
That is a hit.
Barely.
Just barely. And that is enough to finish this off. With a squawk, it collapses to the ground.
Alright, I'll use a little bit more of my move. Or does that... I don't think you can do that.
Do what?
I didn't use all of my move with my movement action.
Oh,
so I don't think I can do...
We house rule that you can break it up. It just triggers opportunity attacks if you do.
Okay, great. So we're gonna keep this going. Do they... now that the big ones are dead, they're not, they don't look like they're running away, do they?
They look frightened, they look intimidated, but they also look simple-minded. Their instinct is to just kick and bite at anything that gets close. You could potentially try to, like, scare them into running if you wanted.
Alright, we're gonna double slice.
Hell yeah.
Map 4.
That is still a hit. And a hit. For 12 plus 10 plus a d6 bleed, which becomes a d6 plus 1. Although that is enough to just eviscerate this one, and it collapses.
And then I'll move into Sketch's space.
Alright, perfect. That brings us to Jane. There is one left, one little guy.
All right, come stepping forward from the tree line. And she will reach down to her holster, piddly action, pull out the shiny new flaming gun that Kaz made for her, and I'll cast.
It's called Spitfire.
Hell yeah! She pulls out Spitfire. Points.
Technically, I know you paid for the Mach 2, but this one should be called the Mach 1 because it's my first model of it, so...
Spitfire Mark 1 it is. She lowers it, looks down the sights, and I will cast Blazing Bolt at second level. It's kind of a waste because I've only got one target, but just to up the damage.
Alright.
So...
Just hit me with it.
right.
Oh, that is damn near a crit.
Oh, not a crit. That's so sad.
24 does hit, though.
Let me make sure. So we get a +2 bonus to the damage. Okay, not to the attack.
Yep.
So that is... Let's see, at second level. I was probably just going to do that by itself, isn't it?
I don't think it has the +2 built in. I can get that
It
working
has
at
the
some
base
point.
damage, though. We're good.
Yeah. Uh, 12 plus 2 for 14.
Alright, cool.
Wonderful.
That's my turn.
Alright, that brings us back to Tex.
Yeah, I'll both of these have -2. So 21 and 18 on this thing
Yep, those both hit.
to target.
It's all good. They both hit. And that is enough to knock this one unconscious as well.
Oh, I think I should have done 2d6 more damage anyway. Doesn't matter, but for upcasting.
All right. Anything else from Tex?
No, I had to move and then double slice.
All right. Sketch, I need a death saving throw.
How do I roll one of those?
What a great question. We've not done enough of these that I haven't memorized yet, so let me go look.
It's left part of your sheet under temporary hit points. There should be a recovery check.
Recovery
Oh,
check.
whoops.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
I hit dying on accident, and there we go. That's better.
DC is equal to 10 plus your current dying value, which is 1, so DC 11.
Wait, so I should be dying one. Okay.
Yeah.
Recovery. Where'd you say it was again? I don't see it.
Should be under your
It's not just
temporary
the
hit
front page.
points.
Far
Oh,
left.
just that roll. Okay.
These little dice.
Oh, that was almost in that one.
yeah, it sure looks like it on my screen. Thankfully, you do stabilize, and with that, I can pull us out of initiative real quick. With that said, Sketch, you remain unconscious for at least a couple of minutes until you eventually come to. But you do eventually wake up and see that you're not dead.
Yay! So what did you guys find over here? That was yeah. Did you have fun? Did you find something? I hurt.
I just roll my eyes and I leave.
As you look around, you do see that there are a ton of nests over here, and many of them have been made with lots of components, lots of junk, but a lot of copper wire.
We thought we had found some train stuff that Jane would need, and also there's a bunch of eggs and now a bunch of turkey meat. In retrospect, it wasn't a good idea.
No, on the contrary, I think this will speed us up quite a lot.
It wasn't worth it.
That'll be fine. I can heal myself later. I might do a little bit of that before I keep working, though.
No, I think we've earned ourselves a break here. I can work on loading some of this up. And I'll get Drifter out of the Lead with Distinct bag of holding for a little bit so I can load it up with copper wire to help move it all back.
Howdy. Are you in danger?
Not anymore. Danger is neutralized. Just could use some help moving some heavy stuff, though, if you don't mind.
Certainly. And yeah, at your direction, he'll kind of like go scoop up some of this copper wire. Surprisingly strong, given his size. But he's able to kind of like throw some over his back, especially if you like take a little time to help wrap it around his neck or whatever. And he'll help haul things back and forth for you.
Absolutely. Us surprisingly strong people made out of metal gotta stick together.
True. Tex, as you walk away, I guess the question, does anybody do anything with the two unconscious chicks, or do you just kind of leave them?
They're dead.
No, Tex non-lethal two of the chicks.
Oh, I apologize. Missed that. Do I know enough about these creatures to know, like, are they going to survive without a mama bird?
Give me a nature or arcana.
Can I try to?
Yes, absolutely. Both of you are aware they're monsters. They have a little bit of like a supernatural demonic thing going on, but ultimately they're just big chickens. They're big birds and they're young. They're in one of the most dangerous places on the continent. They survive because they are well protected by their parents, and all of the parents are now gone. They probably won't do very well. They'll probably get eaten by other monsters at some point. Unless they get very lucky.
If we take what we have too much meat for us to eat anyway, and we would just let it spoil. Let the animals take it.
Seems reasonable to me.
They might make it. They pack a little punch. Or beak, I guess. There's not really a punch. There's no fingers.
I can try to help patch you up if you need. I mostly do work on not real flesh, but
We'll be on the train for a little bit. I can heal myself while we go.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Maybe if once we get off the train I'm not feeling great.
Sure. She will keep working with Drifter to move all this copper back. Try to get a sense for how much this will speed up our process.
Yes, tremendously. Essentially, this applies a +4 circumstance bonus to Sketch's earlier roll, which bumps it from... What do we have?
I think it was a 21 before.
21? 21 becomes 25. That is a critical success. Sketch, you think you could have this ready by, like, the end of night if you work really hard? Granted, you're in a lot of pain. It might be a little tough. But the important thing now is you are incredibly certain that this is going to be safe for a longer journey. It will be at least a couple days before overheating becomes an issue that you need to be, like, severely worried about. And your trip probably isn't going to last that long anyway, but now there is just there's no time concern.
Okay, cool. This actually helps a lot.
Not that much. Sorry, Sketch.
It's okay. I'm not bleeding that much anymore. I'll just keep eating these apples or whatever's coming out of the cornucopia. What kind of fruit is native around here? I like to think Sketch's cornucopia spits out local stuff.
Absolutely. It's mostly tropical stuff. You have bananas, pineapples, things like that. Mangoes.
Well, if I eat a whole good pineapple, my face is gonna hurt. Worth it though.
My butt's gonna hurt as soon as Pick hears about this.
You don't have to tell him. It's fine. You did make things a lot safer overall. We're not gonna blow up now. So I'd rather get pecked to death and bleed out than blow up.
Whether or not we did it is not in question. It's how we did it in the worst possible way. It's entirely my fault. I don't. We'll talk about it later. Act more smart.
Over the course of 20-30 minutes, you guys are able to kind of get everything moved back over. Rest, relax a little, lick your wounds, heal up a bit. Fetch. Give me a nature check.
Aye. Can't roll that awesome one I just rolled over? Okay.
Oh, what was that for? Oh, that was for the birds, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, hey.
Sorry. Just give you another awesome one. I'm sorry. I'm literally just the most successful character I've ever played.
True. Let me check your sheet real quick. Make sure I'm remembering something correctly.
Oh my god, this good berry does 3 times as much as I thought it did. Or cornucopia, whatever it's called. It didn't auto-heighten.
Oh, true, yeah. Focus spells heighten just like cantrips. It's fully automatic.
Sick. That makes this way faster.
Yeah, focus spells are crazy good.
Well, some of them are.
Some of them are, yeah. Then there's also healing with mud, which does basically nothing. Yeah, not wrong.
Right.
Fetch, as you kind of take this long trek back, you just become keenly aware of a lot of the spirits that have been residing nearby, some lurking in the trees, some sitting within the deep bowls of these big flowering plants, some watching from up in the sky, kind of looking over the leaves of these tall trees. And they seem to resonate with some of what's going through your head. They seem to have their attention drawn to you. They can tell that there is a storm that is brewing inside you. They're mostly curious. They are a little bit timid. They're a little bit concerned. What is going through Fetch's head right now?
Everything that goes through his head goes through his mouth. Yeah, I know. Dumb. I get it.
You see a couple beady black eyes kind of peek back behind a trunk when you say that. You kind of just idly kick a rock on the way back, and you see that another spirit kind of scurries behind a trunk. And you just get the sense that you're being studied as you travel. But eventually you make it back to the train station, where you notice that the spirits seem to thin out quite a bit.
Maybe I should commune with them later. What do they have to say anyway? Is it kind of an unnatural thinning, like they're avoiding an area? It's probably not like that, right?
No, that is kind of the vibe you get, especially on that high nature check. You get the sense that the spirits are just less prevalent here. It appears that they have kind of shirked away from this place, as it has a little bit of development that has happened to it. The train, the tracks, all of that kind of marks this place as less natural, and so they avoid it.
Ooh, gross.
Who are you
Another
talking
reason
to, Fetch?
civilization's stupid. Huh? Oh,
Oh,
I didn't realize anyone was listening.
I just heard you talking back there. I didn't know if you were talking to one of us or just yourself.
Everywhere you go, every second of every day, no matter where you are, as far as into civilization as you think you can get, you are surrounded by countless spirits, invisible, incorporeal, that can see and hear and think and feel into your mind and your soul. I was just talking to the world.
Oh. Is it talking to you?
What's that?
Is it talking back?
It takes some concentration to listen. I'm sure they are talking, but I can't hear them unless I sit down and focus. And I barely know how to do that anyway. You have any potions?
I don't think so.
That was dumb, not bringing any potions.
Yeah, it might have been something we could have thought of back in town, but I suppose here we are.
I have 1,000 gold pieces of gold in my purse. Wherever I left that, I have no idea. How many potions would that be worth?
You might want to find that.
And I didn't even think about it.
There's a lot of good you could do with 1,000 gold. I know it seems like a weird abstract concept, but
I was going to make it
gold.
into a necklace.
You could do that. You could also feed a bunch of families for years on end.
Wex's sassy gold isn't very pure, I don't think.
What?
Maybe it is, I don't know.
Just to be clear, I'm not talking about eating the gold.
Oh yeah, I can buy. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
I'm not saying that's what you should do with your money. It's a lot of people would do a lot to have that much money.
It's
Just
not
take
my
care of it.
responsibility to feed Wex's sassies. I'll feed the Zulakarans
Sure.
first. Wex's sassy are surrounded by farmland that stays farmland. You know, they don't really need it, to be fair.
Yeah, it did occur to me when I was out there, the idea of trying to run the orchard in a place like that. Certainly would be difficult.
Starting to think that maybe a place like that shouldn't be settled, but
Yeah, it does. I do wonder how, like, whatever the first proto-humanoids were to migrate to that area, and we're like, this is good. We'll stay here. We shouldn't turn around and go back to where the ground is always ground and the water is always water.
well, it's not a place for people. It's a place for spirits. It's important to the world, and of course there have to be spirit weavers there, so somebody's got to do it.
You know, I'm not saying that it's a mistake or anything. I just, if
Sorry,
I was
I'm talking to myself mostly.
I think I might also be.
Let's see. What do I even have? I have this stupid scroll. What is this? What use is this?
Typically, scrolls let you cast spells depending on what scroll it is.
It's a leftover ant hall scroll. It might be helpful. We're gathering a bunch of heavy stuff.
Yeah, that could have been good for moving stuff back and forth.
I'm pretty sure we're still doing it, right?
Yeah, that could certainly come in handy. Drifter's getting a little tired, I'm sure.
All right. I'll cast it on myself and I'll help. I may as well.
Oh yeah, with the ant haul, you can essentially get like a full 4 or 5 nests worth of copper, sling it over your shoulder, and just haul it back like it's nothing.
Let's do it. When else am I going to use this scroll?
Perfect. With that, you're able to get everything back well before sundown. I'd say probably in the ballpark of 7:30. You guys finally have everything gathered back up. With the abundance of new resources here, the work that Sketch needs to do is much easier. You can kind of like stretch your pieces farther because you don't have to be as careful about like picking good wire. You can kind of just like take a bunch of it and only use the good stuff. Essentially, the additional wire has improved the speed that you'll craft at, and also how long the engine will last. And by the time the sun sets, around 9:30, 10 o'clock, it's pretty much good to go. It's up to you when you guys want to do it, but it's ready to have the flip switch, the boiler fueled up, and see if it runs.
Worms more active at day or night? Writing that. 20.
Great question.
Brains, they don't seem to have eyes, so I don't think it matters.
The worms
I think
likely
talking about
wouldn't
the worms.
have any like day-night preference if they're subterranean.
That makes sense.
I was going to say, I don't think they have a super strict circadian rhythm. We're going to go with it. Yeah, they just they go for as long as they can. When they get sleepy, they rest for a little while until food comes by, and then they get going again.
That doesn't really matter when we leave, I guess.
Let's see, I have one large bulk of Zephyrhawk feathers left. I'm going to make a pillow for Sketch.
It's
It's going to be the comfiest pillow, but you're going to zap yourself every time you stand up and go to the bathroom.
Hey, yo, let's go.
Noise.
Hell yeah. It's very cozy and very, very cool at all times. It seems to have just like a very gentle breeze that emanates out from it.
Here you go,
Sounds
Sketch.
amazing.
Put your head on this.
Ooh, this is soft, but is this Zephyrhawk?
Yeah, I've been carrying all this junk around that I could be using, and I haven't been using it. So I might as well do something with it. Here you go. And I mean, in any case, we can pour the feathers out of it when we need them. So here.
Well, it's super comfy right now. Thanks.
I'm gonna go talk to the spirits and see if they have anything to say, and then I'll come back.
Okay, good luck. I'm gonna. I guess I'll eat another banana. I don't know what to eat anymore. That's like I can only eat so much pineapple.
Jane, the spirits don't like this machine. They don't like the tracks. There are drawbacks to the things that you're doing, but do it wisely. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, while you have that ant thing up, could you like push the other
Yeah, I can pick
trains
you
off
up
the
easy.
track?
Look, watch.
Oh, okay.
All the way over my head, bro. So easy, dude.
Well, that's pretty impressive, but also I'm still lightheaded, so could you put me down?
Okay, sorry. What were you saying? Oh, I bet you I can uncouple the train. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Incredible. God bless Fetch.
That's how you make his idea your idea.
Right. Definitely haven't been doing that their entire lives. And
Yeah, for sure.
I guess I'll attempt to uncouple the train if it's not already.
Yeah, easy. Easy, like incredibly easy.
Yeah, ka-chunk, ka-chunk.
Effortless.
Well, don't do it there. We need that card for the coal. Do it down there.
Yeah, put that one back
Oh,
on.
okay,
Do
I'll put
the
it back.
one behind it.
Yeah, I put it back. Come over here. Okay.
All right, so if I understand correctly, you're doing just the engine and the one cart with coal.
Correct.
Coal car and
Yep.
the engine.
All right, perfect. Easy enough. You guys have just the engine and the coal car.
Did we check the cargo cars?
Yeah, you guys searched it
Yeah.
very thoroughly. Sketch did a great job looking through it. There was nothing of real value, mostly like spoiled goods and things that have been eaten.
I found 9 whole copper, and I'm not splitting it because that's an odd number. That'd be stupid. So.
Bet we have thousands of pounds of copper. Sketch, sorry.
Oh, you're right.
Huh.
You mean like take what's left over? Can you sell that? Is there any good to selling it?
Copper is pretty, but it turns your fur green.
I think we're trying to leave off as much weight as we can. I don't know if we should turn
Right.
this into a cargo hauling operation if we're trying to run from boreworms.
Could you
Should
put
we,
it in the bag with Drifter?
Yeah, I'll take as much as we can carry. That couldn't hurt, I suppose. And I'll when Drifter's ready, load him back up into the bag and fill up with as much copper wire as remains viable to fit in there without breaking it.
Of course. I will leave room for it and watch it closely.
And we wrap it around Drifter and make him a cool like sweater that's also convenient because it fits in the bag.
Oh, little dog sweater made out of copper on the robot dog. It's so cute.
Mhm, so cute.
In what way does this help me?
So people are often extremely shallow and their emotions are easy to manipulate. So just having on a sweater that makes you look kind of like like a person would wear makes you look cute, makes people less inclined to harm you. It's the same reason why a lot of like baby animals have really big eyes.
I
just
understand.
to make them look innocent and harmless and less likely to be attacked.
It is to dissuade violence.
Exactly.
This is certainly worth the weird feeling that I'm having in my head.
And Drifter's eyes grew 3 sizes that day.
Sorry, you're feeling in your head, you said?
Yes, as you wound the copper around me, I started to feel a strange sensation.
Interesting. Do I know why that's happening?
Give me a crafting check.
Well, that's not going to work.
I'll help. I'm curious. I help with the sweater.
Absolutely.
It's like my best roll all night. Oh, shit, I'm terrible at.
I'm gonna hero point mine.
All right.
Oh, it was almost an 18.
Damn.
No.
Sketch probably hasn't run into this yet. Jane would have seen a little bit of this just because you're working down the street from Tesseract and you're an Arcanist. When you run an electrical current through a coil of wire, it causes a little bit of a magnetic field.
Ah.
It's not dangerous. It's probably wibbly wobbly for him.
If it's uncomfortable, we can take it off.
If it dissuades violence, I will wear it heartily.
I think it might. I think it's at least worth experimenting with. Kind of works as a disguise too, to an extent.
I see.
Shouldn't
Then I will
harm you.
continue to wear it. And with that, he will head back into the bag of holding with all of the copper wire left over.
Wonderful. Do we press on tonight? Rest here? I'm inclined to take advantage of the time that we've saved, but also I'm pretty much tapped on magic for the most part. And Sketch, you're still looking fairly hurt.
If I got like another half hour, I should be okay. I only spent a half hour healing up earlier, so.
So I've got a few tricks left up my sleeve. I won't be complete dead weight if we get into war-room trouble.
I've got a lot of my stuff. I'm good to keep going. I might catch a nap, but
All right then. Do I know how to drive a train?
Oh, yeah. I mean, for sure, but give me a train's lore to see if you know how to drive this specific model of train.
I'm going to.
You have the theoretical knowledge of how to drive a train. I doubt Jane has ever actually driven a train before.
Before even like getting onto the train to look at the controls, not to be too much of a dead horse, but she like gets her book back out, illustrated guide to locomotives, turns to the pages that Marlon Vinsky wrote about trains, cross-references them with her pocket library, and then just like takes a really deep breath, looks at like all the work that Sketch has done, and just like, double checks one more time that it was all done correctly, and then she'll climb onto the train. And here's my check. Should have a +1 from pocket library. There we go. Hey, it's double digits at least this time.
It's double digits. It's all right. There are a lot of things here that are simply old-fashioned. Most of what you've studied is the latest, the cutting edge, and you're dealing with technology that's 20, 25 years old now at this point. And so there's a lot of things that seem like, okay, where is this missing and what are these 3 extra levers here? And it isn't until you do a lot of fiddling around, like there's going to be things that you have to just learn on the fly when you see what happened. But at the very least, you are able to like pour in some fuel If you start up the engine, you can get the boiler running. You see the pressure gauge start to fill. You start to hear smoke being pushed out. And you slowly hear this thing begin to roar to life. Eventually, some of the circuits kick in. You see that the headlamp turns on. And eventually you get an indicator light showing that if you wanted to, you can hit the gauge forward and it will start to move forward. At the very least, you know how to make this thing go forward or back and brake.
Jane watches that pressure gauge on the boiler with like a fucking hawk.
For sure,
But-
for sure.
Well, she like sees it stable and like checks her book to make sure that it's at like the measurement it should be at, and like checks all her gauges and everything. Does like a real thorough pre-flight checklist. And then with a shaky hand, if everybody's ready, she'll get us going.
While that's been going on, Biscuit, what you got? You got a hand raise.
I'm just communing with spirits.
Excellent. Go ahead and give me we'll roll over your nature check. That's essentially what it was for anyway.
Yep, it's super easy. I'm contacting nature spirits in the area, spirits within 100 feet. Looks like I probably got a critical success, so I get 3 questions.
Yes.
So A, are they healthy?
Kind of. Things have changed a lot here in the past, several years. It used to be a lot healthier. There's been a lot of violence, a lot of destruction. But it's calming down.
B, what advice have you got from me? I expect probably a none, but maybe.
No, on the contrary, actually. Almost all of us. And you see this little leaf with this pudgy little body, these green arms, and these 2 beady black eyes is the predominant spirit that's talking to you, but he's surrounded by all sorts of little spirits that have gathered around as you sit down cross-legged and just formed a little circle around here. There's a little rock with legs. There's a little gust of wind that swirls around in place. A lot of plant elementals here. But this little leaf looks up to you and says, "A lot of us saw what you did back there and what you didn't do. And it wasn't perfect, but you're alive and your brother's alive. And that counts for something, right?"
I think you're trying to make me feel better.
Maybe. Does that help?
No.
Well, why not?
I shouldn't feel better about it. This is the thing you should feel shame about. Make sure it doesn't happen in the future. I could have done so many different things. I don't want to waste your time. You're so cute. Look at you. He's like a little leaf.
All right, fine. You don't have to take my advice, but I'm just telling you, you survived. In the end, that's the only goal that matters. You get to take these lessons and move forward into tomorrow with them. That's what nature is. It's the things that are weak fall aside, and the things that are strong move on. Right?
Suppose.
You're here. Your brother's here. Move on.
Very well. Third question. What is this swirling energy around me?
I thought that somebody like you would know. You have a lot of nature magic with you. A lot of it. From the sky, it looks like.
I don't have access to a lot of nature magic. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, you do. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's powerful. It's thick. You really didn't make it?
No. I don't know where it came from.
Well, I mean, we could sense it from a mile away. That's kind of why we were looking at you and your brother both. Whatever it is, it'll go away with time. It'll dissipate. Wind wants to be free. But this wind is weird. It seems to be clinging to you. Like it was looking for you.
Spirit of Mom. I'm gonna cry.
Okay, goodbye.
Can I keep you? Oh no, he's gone.
Yeah, as you turn and look, just plants.
Oh, that's good. They're healthy. Okay, back to the train. Before anybody.
God forbid anybody see fetch. Alright. You get back just as you hear the rumble of this engine sputter to life. You hear a deep churning noise, and then you see thick black smoke start to crawl across the roof of this cave, which you can see has been carved out so that it leads out. The incline leads up to the mouth of the cave, and then it begins to pour up the side of the cliff. And you can actually see it's very old and it has mostly been washed away at this point, but there are a few places where it is kind of stained and charred, where soot kind of stained the underside of this overhang. Again, a lot of it's been washed away by rain, but you get the sense that a lot of the smoke has bellowed out of here during the construction. And inside you see the source of it, this enormous boiler train that has a headlamp now shining down the tunnel.
Oh my god, it sounds like an earthquake!
Yeah, it can be kind of loud. I've never been this close to the engine. It's loud in here.
Yeah, I wonder if it's louder outside or inside a cave.
True. It's gonna be miserable.
What?
I was about to do a little heart-to-heart with Fetch, and then I realized that we'd be yelling it at each other, so we'll save it for a different conversation.
What?
Not to mention
Get on, we're leaving!
No,
just
I'm
white
not
knuckling this
hungry.
thing. Get on the train.
Do you want half of this papaya? I got full.
Oh my god, yes.
All right, we have Jane and Fetch and Sketch on the train. What's Tex up to? Where's Tex?
I'm on the roof.
Oh, on the roof? Hell yeah.
I'm a cat, so
It makes a lot of sense.
If he come up on a tunnel, he'll just squish himself real flat to the top of the train. That's how that works.
right. Big Polar
That,
Express.
or can I lay like somewhere close to the boiler where it's warm?
So warm is an understatement. You certainly can, and probably for the first few minutes at least, it is just warm. It quickly reaches the point where it is not just warm, it is scalding.
That's fine.
Fair. Oh yeah, you have fire resistance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then. Actually, it's probably extremely cozy for you being on a boiler.
The thing I
Yeah.
have to actively do, but
Yeah. It's fine. It's for the flavor of riding on a boiler, it's totally acceptable. Then yeah, Jane, you see that Tex is just chilling like a cat on top of the boiler in front through the little peephole window.
Outstanding. She was already like white knuckles on the steering mechanism, and is now. I guess there's not a steering mechanism. This is a train, but on the controls, and now grips it even tighter. Fucking terrifying.
Give me a will save.
Wait, who's shoveling the coal?
I've assumed that. And she looks at the muscular arms on Fetch.
Oh god, okay.
Gonna have the lung by Tuesday.
Where are my will saves? They're there.
Yeah, there's definitely just like a few stray thoughts of like the tippy tap of cat claws enough to puncture this boiler and cause it, but you realize, oh, that's ridiculous. None of that could actually happen. But
I think there's that, and then I think like when she very first like sees Tex go near it, there's like just like a split second instinct of like, no, get away from that. Like that's dangerous. It's like a protective instinct for this small little thing.
For
but
sure.
she remembers this is a, genociding vengeance spirit, so he'll be fine.
True. All right. What do you guys do? It looks like everybody is aboard-ish.
I think we go.
All right. You
Rock
throw
and
the
roll.
lever, and you all feel this engine begin to rock to life. It begins to lurch forward, and it begins to go faster and faster and faster until eventually you realize that you are leaving the tunnel behind. You're leaving the station behind, and pressing on into this dark tunnel, illuminated by just the headlamp of the train. And before long, you're flying at a neck-breaking like 25, 30 miles an hour.
Ooh.
Yeah. Which
That
is
so good
crazy.
for a steam train.
Hell yeah.
So we do try to prioritize speed, like cut all the extra weight. And
Yeah, you guys have cut a lot of weight.
Every car, at least it's
For
still
sure.
fast.
But yeah, this thing is definitely, it is a It's a freighter, which means speed is not its normal priority. But because you've cut all but one car, it's moving at a pretty decent clock. And before long, you're on rails.
Famously, the first batch of steam trains could be outrun by walking.
Yeah.
But
True.
they were also carrying to like 10,000.
Exactly. They were moving tons and tons of cargo at a walking pace, which is very good for something that you don't have to feed, except for coal. Wonderful. Before long, you're deep within this cave, and you know that the sun is set. You know that it's been a long day. Many of you have been doing physical labor for most of this. You start to get a little bit snoozy. It's going to be probably about I forget what I said earlier. I think it's like a 4 or 5 hour journey total to get through the mountain to the other side into Waxas. What's the plan? Are you going to stay up through the night? Are you going to take a break at any point? Do you take shifts? Does anybody sleep? What's the goal?
I don't think there's any chance that Jane sleeps, and I also think that like she's pretty protective of piloting the thing.
That makes a lot of sense.
So I think she probably like kind of. You guys should all get some rest. It's going to be a few hours, so I can take care of this. I really don't need you to shovel the coal, Fetch. I can handle it. I assume that's true, Fed. That I
Yeah,
can
for
handle
sure.
both those duties.
Yeah. I mean, it's physical labor, but it's not like you got to lift a lot of it at a time. So yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Jane, I think, is one of the stronger people in the party.
Yeah, I mostly just meant like in terms of being able to do that and
For sure.
pilot the thing.
Yeah, your main job is to simply watch gauges, manage pressure, make sure that you're not, about to go careening off of a broken rail.
Yep. She pretty much insists on doing the management of those tasks by herself. So
All right.
You gotta do that thing where you tap the gauge because you don't trust it.
totally.
For sure.
It's important.
Tex, you feel a breeze against your face and warm air being blown up around you. Honestly, sounds kind of nice for a cat who's resistant to heat. This seems like a pretty cool trip to me.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
You will nap kind of intermittently, but he'll also shove coal into the boiler.
Perfect with the shadow.
Yeah.
Excellent. That helps
Just
a lot.
casually tossing coal in periodically.
Yeah, that makes sense. Time passes. It's eventually 10:30, 11 o'clock. It's getting pretty late. Without natural sunlight, it probably feels like it is later than it actually is.
Sketch nods off with his new Zephyr Hot pillow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That sounds so nice.
Right. Even though it's like probably warm as shit in the engine, the cool breeze helps.
Absolutely. And it is worth mentioning, this car is not made for passengers. It's essentially just standing space, or you can curl up in a corner somewhere. There's room for you, but it's not made for... There are not like benches or anything. It's a little cramped, and it smells like coal, and there's coal dust everywhere. But for a short trip, it gets the job done. There is a point, a little bit after Sketch is just starting to nod off, when those of you up front, Jane and Tex and Fetch, if you're still awake, can see that there's a little bit of a faint blue light coming from up ahead. Like you're about to emerge, or you see like a light or something at the end of this tunnel. You know for sure that you are not actually on the other side of the mountain. You're only about an hour or so into it. But you see a blue light up ahead. What do you do?
Can I tell what it is from a distance?
Give me a perception check. You're able to get the sense that it is like blue light emanating from a larger cavern. It's not like there is a train or a machine or some spotlight or something distinct that is shining a blue light at you. You're entering an area that has blue light within it.
Is it similar to the glow off the Chrono Triorite?
Chrono Triorite doesn't glow a ton, and it's kind of a pale yellow color.
Gotcha.
I think just to be safe, I'm going to go ahead and cast this on myself. And then I will keep Detect Magic up as well as we get a little closer. I think I'll just like slow down a little bit so we don't run like headlong into whatever this is until we have a better idea what we're going into.
For sure. Makes sense. You kind of bring the...
Jane.
Yeah.
We have to pull over. We got to get some of these glowing rocks. It's cool. Look at the light.
Let's get a better look at it before we decide to Start collecting stuff.
Yeah, you bring the train to a slow, and once it gets down to like 5-10 miles an hour, you do see that there are like little veins of glowing light blue stillstone that kind of litter all the sides of this tunnel, just kind of in veins. And up ahead, you can see maybe, I don't know, 40 or 50 feet ahead now. It does seem to open up into a big, big cavern. And you can see that there's blue light emanating throughout all of it.
What do I know about Stillstone?
Give me Arcana. I think we may have already done this, but we'll see.
I don't really know. I think I only remember Stillstone from... I'll go ahead and spend a hero point since we're close to the end of the night here.
Sure.
Literally the same roll.
Dice never lie. Stillstone is essentially a physical expression of the condensation of mana on the weave. It is essentially like a residue that is left behind. It can be used to fuel magic. It has a lot of innate magic. The color determines what kind of magic it's good for. It's volatile. Not quite as volatile as it was back in Crosswinds. It can be moved, but it is also kind of a little bit explosive. So you certainly wouldn't want to like disturb it too much. You wouldn't want to like mine it if you can avoid it. You can draw a lot of power from it. If you're next to the appropriate color of spells, or Stillstone, you can cast spells of that type more easily. It's just magic rock. It's magic rock. It's especially prevalent in Eden.
Gotcha. It's,
Okay.
it's Stillstone. It is useful, valuable, but kind of dangerous, and not the best idea for us to try to dig it out by hand or anything. I think it's maybe just take in the sights, but we'll keep moving.
With a gemology lore skill, is it hard to mine it? Even just little bits?
Do you have gemology?
I do.
Oh my god, give me a roll.
After licking the time crystal, I decided it was relevant. I'm going to hero point that.
I'm so proud.
Good idea.
Yeah, if you're careful, it can be harvested. The main issue is that you don't want to like do a big separation of a big chunk from another big chunk. It needs to be broken down into smaller chunks to be moved safely. But yeah, it's pretty easy to harvest. Not all of it is inherently valuable. You need to find very dense stone, more than just big stone. But yeah, absolutely. You can, if you wanted to, you could hop out, harvest some of this, and use it to power some magic. They're essentially kind of like mana potions that only work for specific types of spells that are correlated to their color.
What's blue?
Light blue is related with like air, wind, communication.
I do like those things. Yeah, I'll collect some. I mean, the train goes slow enough that we can.
That's because you
keep
just
up
hop
with
out
it.
and walk alongside it.
So I'll bring it to a slow.
All right, you bring the train to a slow, and you kind of hop out, and you see that there are little veins. And I'll say that as you're kind of just following these little veins, trying to find a good spot to break out, you eventually come around to the mouth where it opens up to into a bigger cavern. And you see this. This enormous cavern.
Whoa.
Easily big enough to fit a small settlement in. There's a lake where water is pooled down at the bottom. And at the center of it, there's just this massive column of this light blue stillstone. There are veins that kind of peel away from it in all directions. Just this enormous chamber hidden within the mountain.
I like your, oh god, I didn't think they would shorten this.
Yeah, thanks. Can you tell?
So good.
What do you mean? You noticed?
No,
I didn't.
Oh,
notice
it's so
for what it's
seamless. It's hard to notice.
Jane, by the way, I think we forgot Tex back at the cave. We might have to turn around.
Yeah, he'll catch up, I'm sure.
Oh, it's pretty. Let's get some.
Go ahead and give me...
We are on a time limit.
Yes, I don't know if we should stop. If you want to literally try to walk alongside, I don't want to go flying full speed down this track with these narrow margins anyway. But
I understand. We don't need it.
Oh, but
go pretty
Don't
slow.
say
You could probably
slow.
grab at least a chunk or something if you want to.
Yeah, the map is misleading. You guys are moving like 5 miles an hour.
I mean, that's a good clip for, like,
Yeah, it's brisk
we
walk.
wanted to collect stuff and catch back up.
well, I didn't use my sprint on my cheetah form yet, so I could do that to catch back up.
At the very least, I guess give me a gemology check to see if you can just like hop off, find one that's loose and easy to break, and then hop back on.
Okay.
Or survival.
Yeah,
Either one's fine.
Surely there must be loose pebbles or something.
Yeah, absolutely. There must be. Yeah, you kind of watch and watch sketch, and there's a point where you pass by and you see that there's like a little bit that has been bored out by another one of those big holes. And part of what was bored out was little chunks of stillstone, and there's a few that are like, quarter-sized pebbles. And you're able to just kind of hop off, snatch it up real quick, and then jump back on the train. And you've got like a little handful of little cyan stillstone pebbles.
Blows.
I don't know what we use them for. But...
are you kidding me? We make jewelry out of it. Are you kidding?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. That's probably the best thing to do with it.
Just be like if you're wearing that jewelry in a fight and something hits it hard enough, that might not go super well. Just be careful with it. But it's a little volatile. Keep it away from up here while you got it, if you would.
Yeah, I'll go put it at the end of the coal cart. It'll be far away.
You probably shouldn't try throwing a little bit of it into the boiler.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
That's what I said.
Did.
What if we did, though?
I need to be really clear. Like super, super clear. Nothing in the boiler in terms of stillstone.
Maybe if we had like fire stillstone, but I don't think air would be very good to put in there.
Nope, I need to be so clear. I need to be so clear. Nothing in the boiler in terms of stillstone.
Okay.
See if Drifter really won.
Not now. Not when we're on the train. Do this at a different time.
So much mom energy.
What does it taste like? I'm gonna lick it.
Oh yeah, what does it taste like?
There's just like a little bit of a faint tingle as you run your tongue across it. It doesn't really have a super strong taste. It probably mostly tastes like dust, dirt, and like a little bit of coal residue now. But there is a faint tingle of magic. You can tell for sure it is just humming with energy. Quartz, whatever quartz tastes like. I don't think quartz has a taste because it's a crystal.
It could taste tingly depending.
Yeah. Either way, I think this is probably where we'll pick up in a couple weeks. Or next week. I gotta double check.
What a beautiful little scene.
In fact, this map is sick.
Thank
I
you.
do like
So
this
fucking
a lot.
cool.
You wouldn't believe how fast I shit this out.
Does
I
it
hope
eventually
so.
cycle back around? Like if we go too far, does the gem jump back to the front? Or
Jim's not moving.
it totally is moving.
No, it's
It is. It is. If you watch
No.
closely, you'll see the secret.
You're kidding.
No, it's
It
not
is moving.
It was at the like
I
front
Oh
see.
my
middle.
God,
but it's
it is
moving
moving.
backwards. Yeah.
It loops when the stalagmite comes across.
It's a light fade.
My God.
It's cheating.
You're a fucking genius.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Don't blow his ego up any bigger than it already is.
I want to blow that ego until it comes in my mouth.
Okay.
Sorry,
In
we're on
fact, you thought I was
Twitch.
gonna make it weird. He was worried about me being weird. Don't be weird in front of my brother, as Peck says.
I'm so careful whenever his fucking brothers are in the call.
Just, I'm surprised Spec hasn't told you that the most homoerotic people in his life are the
It's true.
straightest people in his
I
life.
have multiple times. I made it very clear
Yeah.
that my straight friends are the gayest people I know.
Straight people are the gayest people.
Yeah, straight people are fucking gay.
Yeah, of
We're
course.
just not allowed to egg them on because then it gets weird.
True.
All right, dudes. Before this gets any gayer, I'm gonna get out of here.
All right. Have a good night.
later.
Bye.
See you, everybody.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night. Bye.
Did you guys vote?
I did. I voted a few days ago.
It's not.
Don't say that. I've been looking on
Yeah, I
purpose.
think deliberately.
clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dark. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants they burnt us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men become